Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 3 of The Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess Tremor 230 style. Summary. In this alternate universe, after absorbing the Juubi to save the Shinobi Alliance, Naruto is betrayed by the very people he bled to protect. Fearing his godlike power, the Kage and Konoha force him into banishment. 10 years later, a guilt-ridden Konoha finally realizes their catastrophic mistake. They want their hero back to restore his clans and use his power once again. But when Tsunade sends a letter demanding his return, the reply she gets shakes the village to its core. Naruto isn't waiting in the shadows. He has built a new life in the kingdom of Hyrule with his wives, including the Twilight Princess Midna and his ten-tailed companion Yadajime, and he has a chilling message for the Leaf Village: leave me alone or face the wrath of all of Hyrule. Welcome to a world where Konoha's biggest mistake becomes Hyrule's greatest protector. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Tremor 230, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. Lemon warning. I tried to make this story lemon-free. However, there were simply too many. Yes, they happened to be quite graphic, and despite my better judgment I kept them. Once again, the algorithm will punish the video, and I will require your help by dropping a like or comment to make this series popular. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 9, Awakening Din's Blessing. Shores of Lake Hylia. Do you get it now? There is no way that I will think badly about you using the power of the fused shadows if you consider that I too can summon a very destructive power that no one should use. Naruto said as he kept caressing Midna's head resting on his lap. The imp girl muttered while snuggling a little closer to his chest. She technically aimed at only having her head staying on his legs, but with the difference in dimensions everything resulted in her curling into a tiny ball, while lying completely on his lap in a very cat-like manner with her face facing him and her cheek pressed on his crotch. Casually pressing on his crotch, of course, or at least that was how she will justify it. Feeling comfortable? Utsukushi asked with a vitriolous tone. Hush! Don't ruin the moment with your petty jealousy, furball. Midna answered without opening her eyes. I assure you that I am not jealous of you, especially since I have nothing to fear from an ugly little thing like you, the ten-tailed vixen replied, huffing. Girls, please play nice, the blonde shinobi said, chuckling as he kept passing a hand through Midna's hair and silently marveling at how soft and nice they felt even if covered by his own shadow. She started it, Utsukushi said, indignant. No, she was the one to start, Midna muttered in answer while trying to not fall asleep. Come on, now. We have a Zora prince to find and take back home, Naruto said, gently prodding the small imp on his legs awake. 5 more minutes, Midna answered with a more whining-like tone than what she had planned. Ho, you are just adorable, he answered, kissing her forehead, making her go full green in her blushing. Hem, the vixen in the seal growled, clearing her throat. And a kiss to the grumpy big girl too, Naruto answered nonplussed while entering the seal just for an instant to kiss the biju on her massive fox nose. That's better, she answered with a pleased nod. You're fine. Let's move on with this side quest of yours, Midna said, annoyed as she got up to return inside the shinobi's shadow, but not before stealing a little kiss on the lips from the young man as she disappeared. Don't you dare do that again, you little kiss-thieving whore, Utsukushi roared in anger. Blia! Midna, very maturely, answered by just sticking out her tongue and slightly pulling down an eyelid. Sigh. This doesn't make things any easier, Naruto muttered in dismay as he got up and started walking away from the water. At least others seemed to rejoice in the return of the lake to its former glory now that water had returned flowing into it. Even the grumpy-looking man dressed as a clown was showing a tiny smile as a few people were nearing his booth with shy steps. "The Zora seems to be patrolling down there," Utsukushi said, curious. "Most of the protection of areas like this usually come from the Zora tribe. If they have a settlement somewhere, then the whole area around it is protected as well, both to defend their territory and pay for their staying so other people don't bother them," Midna explained. "Oh," Naruto muttered in surprise while watching as a daring couple entered the strange floating house that then started trembling terribly, spin and groan until a huge cannon came out from its roof to shot the two up in the sky towards a small construction on the side of the near wall of rock. "Where do you think they have built the temple?" The Zora Queen said, "At the bottom of the lake, but the place is still kind of big," he asked as he kept following the couple as they descended towards the house by using a kuko each of all things to slow down their fall. "I think we'll need to look for the deepest zone, far enough to not be seen from the surface," the imp girl answered, uncertain. "Then we'll need that power that woman promised us if we want to reach the place. The last piece of fused shadows is in that underwater temple, right?" the ten-tailed vixen asked. "Precisely." "Then let's move. If we are lucky, that Zora kid we saw in Hyrule Castle Town was the very same boy we need to find," Naruto said before sprinting away. As always, demonstrating that technically for a former shinobi of the elemental nations, horses were not fundamental for fast traveling, especially for a ninja as OP as him. The blonde sprinted at top speed towards the castle, kicking up an humongous cloud of dust behind him as he pumped industrial quantities of chakra in his legs to get that little extra sprint in his steps. "Show off," the postman grumbled in envy after picking himself up, having been almost blown away from the air movement Naruto created in his mad running. Tree. Tree. Bushes. Wall. Rock. Luminescent past hero spirit something wolf. Bokoblin. Tree. Shining bug. Utsukushi counted as any form of obstacle the former shinobi was meeting on his path went simply steamrolled as he refused to stop, turn or slow down for anything as bokoblins and the like went launched high in the air like ragdolls by the human hurricane. "Are we in a hurry? I wasn't aware," Midna said, laughing. "Ooh. A ladybug. Cute," Naruto said, chuckling as he pocketed the small thing before slowing down to a stop once at few meters from the town's entrance. "What's the problem, boy? Your house is burning?" a near guard asked, snorting. "Just looking for a guy, and I didn't want him to go anywhere else before I arrived, so I just hurried up a little," the blonde answered, shrugging as he entered. The town seemed even more active and alive with the veil of Twilight being removed. Without its oppressing presence clouding everything, the smile on the oblivious people seemed even more joyous than what Naruto remembered. "It feels like nothing is wrong. If you look at them, you wouldn't think they are risking everything because a madman is planning to take over the world," Naruto muttered with a sad smile, waving back at the playing kids passing near him or chuckling at the young girls eyeing his mask-covered face in cute confusion. "It's the upside of their inability to sense the twilight. For them there is no difference between now and when they were trapped. Unless a monster appears, they won't feel the slightest change in the air," Midna said as she secretly glared at those very same girls from inside his shadow. "Miss Ladybug says that she is suffocating in your pocket," a young voice said with a dreamy giggle. "Eh?" Naruto answered, confused. Hi. The ladybug in your pocket, she can't breathe. She told me that herself," a young woman with long blonde hair tied in two ponytails answered as she moved closer and shamelessly tucked in hand in the pocket of the shinobi's cloak to take out the shining bug to let it fly near her head. "It told you?" "She told me. I am Princess Ajitha, Princess of the Bug's Kingdom," the girl said with a curtsy. "Someone here has some gears loose," Midna muttered, uneasy. "No," Utsukushi answered with narrowed eyes. "Eh? I have just a gut feeling here, but I swear I can sense something very similar to natural chakra coming off from her." "You sure?" Naruto thought in surprise. "Not completely, but it's the same feeling I get from those bugs. Best guess is that the two things are related." You are so silent. Did a cicada steal your voice? They tend to overdo with their pranks," Agatha asked, concerned while caressing the blond man's face. Has anyone ever taught her the meaning of personal space? Midna hissed with narrowed eyes. No. I am fine, just lost in thought. I am Naruto, warrior of Orden. The former shinobi answered with a reassuring smile and a theatrical bow. Nice to meet you, Mr. Warrior. Can I offer you some tea? And thanks for helping all those poor bugs and joining me, Agatha said with a small giggling fit. I am on a mission though. I am looking for a Zora kid that was took here because of an illness, he answered. Ooh. I saw that kid. Miss Telma was taking care of him. I can accompany you if you want, the girl proposed. You would? I don't want to impose, he tried answering. Nonsense. It's my duty as a princess to reward you for your helping my little friends. Having a ball party without guests would have been so boring. But thanks to you, the ones missing should arrive shortly, Agatha answered as she latched to his arm with both of hers to drag him through the town. Does she lack any regard for manners? Utsukushi said, growling. Really, there is no need, Agatha, Naruto said, uncertain. There is. Even if you are friend with toads and I with bugs, it doesn't mean that we should be enemies, she answered, leaning her head on his shoulder. What? The shinobi said, shocked. Ho. You smell like the woods in the wild, and my friends told me about your big friends. Are you the king of toads? She asked, curious. More like a toad sage. Naruto muttered, uneasy. Then I'll call you so, Mr. Sage Naruto, Agatha answered happily and humming to herself as the duo walked through the crowded streets. Just Naruto will be okay. A bug sage maybe? Someone oblivious of being one? He thought, uncertain. Unlikely. You can't be a sage without knowing it. My best guess is that she can do something similar to the Abdurrahim clan and communicate with her bugs, Utsukushi answered. Then how do those things know about his being a sage? Midna asked with crossed arms. That too, it's only a conjecture, but those are not normal insects. They possess that strange energy I said felt similar to natural chakra. Maybe those can tell the link between Naruto and the Toad Summoning Clan, the huge vixen answered. You actually went bug hunting for me? Agatha asked. Not exactly, I just happened to spot a couple here and there or stumble on some like with that ladybug. The others just flew towards me and then away somewhere. I guess I just remembered them of your invitation? Naruto answered with a gentle smile. That must be it, they keep thanking you, and I even doubted you. Oh dear, you must be considering me a poor-mannered princess now, she said, sighing. No. I am more than happy to hear how they reached you, he answered, chuckling. Do not play along. We don't need to get dragged who knows where to hunt down bugs, Utsukushi hissed while looking at the girl with worried eyes. We can't push her away either. Who knows how she may react, Midna said, uncertain. She seems non-threatening, girls. She just likes her bugs, give her a break, the former shinobi answered, sighing mentally. Oh, I know how to repay you, she said before kissing his cheek with a wide smile. Wa? Kill that whore! Kill that whore! Utsukushi and Midna roared as one in blind fury. There! An hero always gets a kiss and thanks from the princess, right? It's customary, Agatha said with a satisfied expression. Why, yeah, I think so, Naruto muttered, unsure. There we are! That's Telma's pub. It's a bit hidden, but it's also a nice place, the girl said as soon as the duo reached an isolated back street where the solitary pub was located. Thank you, Agatha, Naruto said, grateful. If you meet one of my bug friends, tell them I am waiting for their arrival. You are invited to my ball as well, as a way to thank you, Agatha answered, giving a last bone-breaking hug to the blonde man before walking away. Let's hope the Zora kid is still in there, the former shinobi muttered, sighing before walking inside. Yes, I know he is a good prince, but that grumpy fox and mean imp inside his tummy seemed to be against the idea, Agatha muttered as she walked back to her castle. Bzzz, the ladybug buzzed in answer. You are right, you others said that we were destined to be together, so it must be like that. Those two will only need to step aside. Right, the girl said in determination. Excuse me, have you seen a young man, blonde, as tall as me and wearing a red jacket with black flames on it? Jiraiya asked as he walked near her. He went that way maybe? Agatha said, pointing in the opposite direction of the pub. Thank you, Missy, the spy master said with a low bow before hurrying away. Bzzz, the ladybug buzzed with a tiny grimace. Yes, I know. I could tell he was a super pervert just by looking at him myself, the girl answered with a cute frown on her face before continuing in her walk, humming to herself. Meanwhile, Telma's pub. That is a Zora child. This is beyond my expertise. An old man with round glasses big enough to cover most of his face harumphed before marching out of the pub, shoving Naruto aside with a sneer. Did something crawl up his ass and died? Naruto asked, shaking his head. Goddesses know if that is not the case. Well, that aside, this isn't good. A robust woman with red hair tied tightly behind her head said, huffing. A human doctor won't do, huh? Naruto asked as he neared the makeshift bed holding the shivering Zora kid. You must be new in town, I never saw you before, the woman said. Naruto's the name, are you Telma? He answered. In the flesh, what happened to your ears? They seem pretty small, she asked, curious. Birth malformation, but I don't want to talk about it. How's the kid? Not well, unfortunately. But even if useless as a doctor, that old coot reminded me about the shaman living in Kakariko village I heard talking about. You mean the village in the Elden Lands? Naruto asked. Exactly him, they say he has tended Gorons and Zoras before, she answered. Renadu? That's a surprise, but I should have known. So you know him? That's a relief. If we bring the kid there we can dash. Telma started saying before one of the soldiers present cleared his throat rather loudly to attract attention. I thought they were mannequins since they weren't moving. Utsukushi said, snorting. They would have been the ugliest mannequins ever though, Midna added. Inadvisable. Too dangerous, the soldier at the head of the group said before straightening his shoulders to puff out his chest. But we can't turn a blind eye to a pretty woman in need either, he also added, gaining several grunts of approval from his other four companions. Yes, we'd better escort you. Am I right, boys? He then said, thrusting his spear up in the sky. Hui! The other soldiers answered with a joyous scream. Well, isn't that nice? To reach Kakariko, we've got to cross two plains that are each infested by dangerous beasts, Telma said, watching the Zora kid and silencing the soldiers immediately. Sigh. 3. Naruto muttered, sighing. Fighting our way through the hordes of enemies. 2. Utsukushi continued, face-palming. And challenge the long road from here and the village, Telma finished saying. 1. Midna added, groaning. But if you soldiers accompany us we'll be safe, right? The owner of the pub said as she turned to look at the soldiers to find only the shorter one remaining and the entrance still opened with the echoing steps of the fleeing soldiers faintly filtering inside. Wait yet, the last soldier added as he finally noticed the escape of his companions and rapidly joining them outside. Tadea, what a surprise, Naruto said in sarcasm while shaking his head. Cowards! Don't ever show your faces here again! Telma howled in anger as soon as the door was slammed closed. As soon as silence filled the room, Telma's eyes fell on the last remaining occupant of the room, Naruto, making her face broke into a wide grin. Run! It's an escort mission! Midna yelled in horror, making the blonde immediately turn on himself to try and bolt out. Oh my! The pub owner said as she immediately grabbed both his shoulders in a surprisingly strong grip, stopping his escape. No! Utsukushi howled, crying as she felt Naruto get dragged towards the Zora kid. Looks like I've got one young strapping man left, Telma purred with a vicious smile. Listen, lady! I was just passing by, Naruto tried saying with tears already forming in his eyes and a whimper in his tone. And not only that, but it looks like this brave young man will escort me and you, kid. Aren't you happy? You won't die because he will hold your life in his own hands, the woman said to the trembling kid while turning the blonde towards the small bed. That's low. Emotional blackmailing is against the rules, Midna said, whining as she failed to look away from the sick Zora. You know this kid, don't you? I saw how you looked at him when you entered. Telma asked as she stopped holding the shinobi. Sigh. Yeah, I was looking for him. I need to take him back home. Naruto answered, sighing. This little thing. I found this poor boy collapsed in the road, so I did all I could to save him. Whatever brought him here, to come all the way to Castle Town by himself shows that he has more courage than all the soldiers of Hyrule, for sure, she answered, passing a cloth on the Zora's forehead. Lend your strength to him, you hear me? Not to me, not to the soldiers, but to this boy. Will you? Telma asked. Go get ready. And I at least hope this escort mission won't be bad, the blonde answered with a defeated tone. Ho ho ho. Don't be like that, I am not a dumb escorted. Had you been escorting Larian the idiot, that would have been worse, she answered. Larian the idiot? Naruto asked, taken aback. After getting stuck on a 2 inches tall rock and walking against every wall he saw, he randomly decided that he wanted to hug an heavily armed Bulblin. We buried his rests in a matchsticks box, Telma answered. Ouch, Naruto said, wincing. 1 hour later, outside Hyrule Castle Town. I am ready, dear, Telma said as she drove a carriage near Naruto and Epona. I can't run there by myself without leaving you behind, so I will use Epona. You mean that you are usually faster than an horse? The woman asked, amused, gaining an annoyed huff from Epona. Pretty much, and she hates when people remind her of that. But I still love her all the same, he answered, patting the mare's sides before hopping on her back. Very well, you said the bridge to the west has been destroyed, then it means that our only option is to cross the bridge to the east, she said, watching in apprehension the large number of Bulblin patrolling the bridge. If you want, I can take the boy to Kakariko myself, like that you won't have to risk your life during the trip, Naruto offered. No. I also need to speak with Rinnedu, so I am coming too, Telma answered. Then I'll have to deal with those bastards, what a pain. But the life of that kid is at stake. We both need to be strong and face our fear. More than fear, mine is annoyance. Naruto answered before launching Epona in a fast galloping forward. Sigh. What a great pair of eyes you have, honey. They're proud and wild, like a feral beast. And I'll need a beast right now, to keep the true ones at bay. If only I was just a tad younger, hi. Telma muttered to herself before giggling, not noticing how hard the blonde shivered in answer at her staring at him. Ready to roll! Come on, girls, take this old woman to Kakariko Village, the pub owner said as soon as she saw Naruto's signal to move from the pile of massacred Bulblins, making the horses dragging the carriage give a long cry as they started pulling. As both carriage and Epona went ahead, more Bulblins charged them by the dozen, making Naruto groan in annoyance. I swear, this is just too much. I am starting to wonder what the bad guys are doing while I am wasting time in time-consuming side quests instead of stopping them. I am sure they are already planning ahead right now, he said with a low growl. Meanwhile, throne room in Hyrule Castle. I am a Barbie girl. In a Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere here. Imagination, life is your creation. Zant sang as he danced in only his boxers in the throne room of Zelda's castle. Zant! I need you too. Ganondorf started saying before falling silent at the sad spectacle of the adult man jumping and shaking his hips around on the notes of the song coming out from a near Goron crystal. Never mind, the tall evil man muttered as he slowly closed the door unnoticed to leave the still dancing mad idiot to his thing. Back with Naruto. Now I am going to use you, but... Naruto said to the weapon in his hand. But I won't harass you, master. The spirit inside the boomerang answered meekly. Good fairy, now, go! The blonde answered as he charged the boomerang in wind chakra, making it shine in energy before throwing it. It feels so god! The weapon cried out in pleasure as it collided with the last group of Bulblin archers, launching them high in the sky, howling in agony as the wind broke their bones down to powder. Sigh. First and last time, the shinobi said, dropping his head in defeat and grabbing the returning weapon with an absent-minded movement. Oh! Oh! Again, please! Please, a tiny bit more energy! It felt so good! Use me! Use me like one of your French girls! Pump it inside me like I'm your bic. The weapon moaned out pleadingly. Bye! He answered, sealing it back into a scroll as fast as he could. Interesting weapon you have there, Telma said, chuckling. Mind your own damn business, we are almost there, the blonde answered, huffing and prompting Epona to trot faster. Later that night, Kakariko Village. It had been a long, troubled job to make sure the Zora kid could at least get a little bit better, as his fever had worsened during the small trip in the carriage. But Renadu had showed how much he indeed knew about healing the boy's kind, as he had immediately started working as soon as he saw what was the problem. Very well. He has passed through the worst of it. As long as he rests, he should recover in due time, Renadu said as he joined Naruto, Telma and Colin outside his home. That's good to hear, the blonde shinobi said, relieved. Do you know the fate of his mother? Her welfare consumes him. He has been mumbling deliriously about her almost constantly. She is no longer here, Renadu. Not anymore. I see, it must have been awful. From what the other Zora told me, it wasn't nice, the man answered, sighing. I'll stay with him until he's better. No matter how long it takes, Colin said immediately. Well said, Naruto answered, patting his head and watching him run inside while Renadu walked away, leaving the shinobi and pub owner alone. Nice to see there's still hope here, and it's always good to see happy results repay your efforts. Listen, Telma said with a faraway look in her eyes. Yes? Naruto answered. Those skills of yours, any chance you're of the mind to put them to use for Hyrule? The woman asked. I am already doing it, Telma. I am already doing my best to help you all, Naruto answered, grinning. Good to hear. What hope there is in our kingdom is frail and dying, but there's still a group trying to do what it can, and I am a member of that group, she said, presenting her hand with a wide smile on her face. So we finally meet a member of the rebels? Utsukushi asked. That would mean that they know what's going on, but maybe they understood that there is something wrong with Hyrule and decided to see what they could do about it, Midna answered, shrugging. What are you gonna do now, Telma? Naruto asked. Now? I may just stay here a bit longer. I am still worries about the Zora boy and, well, never mind about the rest, she answered while stealing a glance at Renadu. Ho. Someone has a crush? The blonde shinobi said, chuckling. Girl's secret. But Naruto, I want to see you again at my bar, you hear me? Telma ordered, jabbing a finger in his chest. I am not one that drinks usually. The bar is actually a kind of safe house for my friends, honey. There's a passageway that leads to the castle from in there as well. If you ever need something, stop by. I'll be waiting for you, she answered, punching Naruto's shoulder before giving an exaggerated wince and waving around her abused hand. Just go to Renadu, you silly woman, the shinobi answered, chuckling. Blee! The other answered, sticking out her tongue before running away to join Renadu. You did well, a new voice said with a grateful tone. Your Highness, Naruto answered, bowing to the spirit of the defunct Zora Queen. As promised, for helping my son in his time of need and bringing him here to be cured at the risk of your own life, follow me, the ghost said as she slowly floated away. I am coming, the young man answered, rapidly following her. Where are we going? The graveyard, Naruto answered, remembering the path. And exactly as the former shinobi said, the spirit of the dead queen slowly brought the substitute hero chosen by the goddesses in the old graveyard of Kakariko village until her body phased through the more old-looking tombstone, and there making the three circular symbols on it shine brightly until the whole thing simply faded away, showing a small hole in the wall. A secret passage, where will it take us? Midna asked. Just one way to discover it, he answered, crawling in the small space. On the other side, Naruto could see a small clearing filled with water refilled by a miniature waterfall, and on the opposite side a lonely tombstone where the ghost of the Zora Queen stood in front of in wait. Covering the short distance in a short jog of water walking, the shinobi reached the dead queen in front of the tall stone construction, and simply stood in wait. I am deeply grateful to you for aiding my son in his time of need. Kakariko Village is a sacred place for the Zora people. It is where we take our eternal rest," the spirit said with a small bow of her head. "It was the right thing to do, Your Highness. I just helped a worried mother to find peace," Naruto answered, bowing himself. "Thank you. My husband in life, King Zora, also rests his spirit here, so it is no coincidence my son found his salvation in this place. That which I have promised you is within this grave." "In the grave?" "During his lifetime, my husband created garments specifically for the chosen hero, garments that house the abilities of the Zora." "Here," she answered as with a gesture of her hand the tombstone moved back, showing an hidden compartment where a set of carefully folded clothes could be seen. "Thank you, Your Highness. That will help me save Hyrule," Naruto answered, grateful as he gently took out the Zora armor from its resting place. "Now, at last, I can join the king in slumber. And yet, my son, he still knows nothing of my death. If you see him again, please pass on this message. Tell him he must not grieve his mother's passing. Tell him she wanted him to be brave and live on as the king of our people. And tell him his mother loves him without end. Tell him," the queen said as she gradually started fading away until she disappeared before she could finish her message. "You okay?" Midna asked, concerned as she came out of Naruto's shadow. Yes, I am. It's just touching seeing a mother defy death to be sure her son is safe," he answered, taking away a tear from his eye and gratefully accepting the hug of Midna and the mental one from Atsukushi. "It's all okay. It's a good thing you saw your friends being still safe and even picked up that nifty Zora armor as an extra," the imp girl said with a small smile. "Yup. Even if a tunic is not exactly my style, but I guess it can't be helped," he answered, chuckling as he unfolded the blue tunic to better look at it. Hi. A mischievous giggling was then heard as an human-looking silhouette of red energy appeared from behind the blonde. "Who are you?" he asked, getting on the defensive. Hi. I'll take care of that," the spirit said, giggling again and phasing through the shinobi's body, taking away his red cloak and the blue tunic. "Hey! That's mine!" he yelled. Hi. I'll put the two together. As soon you'll enter water it will turn blue and have the same effect of the old Zora armor. As a present," the female spirit answered as she moved the cloak and the armor close until the Zora garment entered inside the cloak. "Here," she answered as the thing reappeared in Naruto's hand and sporting a new hood as an extra. "Thank you, but who are you?" he asked, surprised. "Me? Call me Din. I'll see you again, hero of power. Bye," the red light answered with a last giggle before fading away. "Okay, that was strange, but aren't you forgetting something kind of important?" Midna asked. "The last fused shadow. Damn it! I got sidetracked," Naruto yelled, slapping himself before wearing back his cloak and donning the hood. "Tee-hee-hee. It's okay. Remember what Farron the Light Spirit said. He said we would need the fused shadows to defeat the Dark Overlord Zant and save the world, so let's go get it," the imp girl said, re-entering the blonde's shadow. "Now we need to go to the temple on the lake bed of Lake Hylia, and we finally have the right gadget to do it." "I am ready," Naruto answered, hurrying out of the hidden tomb. "Let's rest a little before that. A couple hours of sleep will do you good," Atsukushi proposed from the seal. "I don't need that," the blonde answered before his stomach grumbled loudly. "Okay, maybe something to eat would be good too," he admitted, blushing and trying to ignore the smirk on both girls' face. "Up in the heavens. You really had to do that, Adin?" Faror asked, sighing. "As he said, he is not one for tunics, and with a body like his, hiding it under a pajama would have been a crime," Din answered with a wide grin. "That is not a pajama." "If you say so, sister," the goddess of power answered, uncaring and relishing in the scream of utter rage she managed to get from the goddess of courage. Back on Hyrule, Lake Hylia's shores. "So here we are," Naruto said, looking at the part of the massive lake where the water was darker. "Let's see if we can really breathe underwater like a Zora with this thing on," Midna said, uncertain and with narrowed eyes. Taking a running start, the ex-shinobi leaped on the water to run above it towards the area the submerged temple was supposedly hidden, while ignoring the bulged-out eyes of the people around him and the open-mouthed gasp of the few Zora guards swimming close. "And drop! Where have arrived?" Utsukushi said sharply. "Roger," the young man answered, jumping high and diving in the water to swim down. The instant his hood-covered head went under, the whole cloak shifted into a deep blue color with white flames, while the material itself turned into fish-like scales. Even his sandals grew in length to mimic the webbed feet of the Zora. "Damn! This is so cool!" a starry-eyed Naruto said as he felt a mask similar to Kakashi's form over his mouth to somehow help the blonde breath underwater. "Okay, this is working after all. T-hat, down there is the entrance to the lakebed temple, but it seems like some rocks are blocking the path," Midna answered while pointing at the giant hole in the ground hiding the ruins of the temple and at the very few still standing columns leading to the entrance. "Then I'll just break through," Naruto answered, nodding. "Do you have any bombs with you? We are deep underwater, so you can't exactly punch wham," the imp girl started saying before the shinobi's punch connected with the boulders in front of him and breaking the rocks blocking the entrance to the temple in a huge cloud of bubbles and fragments of rock. "Them. Pfft. I forgot with who I was traveling with. Okay, whatever. Let's go inside." She then chuckled out at seeing her companion's smug expression. What followed was a long tunnel that had probably been dug in the pure rock, ragged surface that they never thought about refinishing and just left in its natural state, and that was now covered in corals and water plants. Finally resurfacing into a waterless area, the former shinobi could see a wide room with a twin ramp or stairs and a sturdy gate on the opposite side of the room. "There it is, the entrance," Naruto said, smirking as he got out of the water, making his cloak return to normal. "Wanna bet it will still be filled with monsters?" Utsukushi asked, shaking her head. "We are deep under the lake and the entrance was sealed. How are they supposed to live in here?" "I don't think Hylian temples have a cafeteria annexed," he answered, confused. "Be ready, we will find enemies here. Heaven forbid the thing will be too easy otherwise," the vixen answered, waving him off. "Wah! Evil slugs!" the blond man shrieked as blobs of dark-colored sludge pounced on him with an hissing growl. "Told you!" the Biju answered while a well-placed Rasengan turned the two slug-like creatures to bits that then simply evaporated once splattered on the floor. "Not even here for a minute, and we already are attacked. This place promises to be annoying, just like with every other water temple," Midna muttered. "What was that?" "Nothing." "So? How do we open that door?" "There is a gate covering it," Utsukushi asked. "Let's try with that lever hanging from the ceiling. I'll send a clone though, just to be safe," Naruto answered as he created a Kage Bunshin that immediately latched to the big level, making it whine from the lack of use. "Aha! It's opening! Go on, boss! Seems safe," the clone said happily. "Thank you, Kaila! Evil slugs! Evil slugs! And they taste like shit," the original shinobi answered before a new shapeless mass fell on his head, making him shriek in both surprise and disgust. "Ouch! Sorry! Didn't see that one coming," the Bunshin answered sheepishly. "Stupid clones, stupid quests, stupid temples built to be annoying," Naruto growled as he opened the door to enter in a wide room, the bottom of which flooded and several meters lower than his arriving point. "Oh! That's treacherous," Midna said at seeing one of the many giant stalactites present fall from the ceiling with a dull wham sound and splashing of water. "Treacherous? This place is simply falling apart," he answered, groaning. "I can't see people come here to fix the plumbing, so just deal with it and move on," Utsukushi answered, shrugging. "What? You mean you won't knock down those from the ceiling before passing? They don't look to be very stable. Enough force and they'll come down," Midna asked distractingly. "You really like my Rasengan, don't you?" Naruto answered, smirking. "And things that blow up, so what?" she answered, coming out from his shadow to glare at him with her face pure green in embarrassment. "Well, I don't really need those to pass, but having them conveniently fall on my head would suck too, so I'll use an explosive note wrapped around a kunai, No need to waste energy like that. The blonde answered, unsealing a couple of said, throwing knives together with the pieces of paper. Explosive notes? The imp girl asked, curious. Here, throw one and watch, he answered, presenting one of the wrapped weapons. Like this? She answered, grabbing the thing with her hair-made hand and tossing it at one of the rocks as soon as he focused chakra on it. The resulting explosion caused the room to shock violently, making the various rocks to fall from the ceiling one after another. In the end, one was more than enough. Good shot, Midna-chan, Naruto said, grinning. Oh, the small girl muttered with starry eyes of awe. Later I'll teach you how to make some. Let's go now, he answered, hurrying away. Wait, the other answered, diving for his shadow as fast as she could. Some time later. The lakebed temple was annoying with the capital levers upon levers, moving stairs and whole sections underwater. Then there were lizard people and frog people patrolling the various corridors that loved nothing more than charging Naruto with the weapons and or claws held high and a face screaming of hunger. When diving, Naruto had to deal with man-eating oysters and jellyfishes with enough raw electricity in their bodies to light a city, and the deeper he went inside the temple, the strangest enemies he found, like insects riding bubbles of water or strange creatures with spiked armor charging at him while squealing like pigs. And with that we flood another part of this place, the former shinobi said as a new metallic door opened. Turning the stairs he climbed to reach there into a long water slide. This is a water temple, is no wonder that it needs this to work properly, Midna answered as she followed him back in the main room with the spinning stairs. But this doesn't mean they had to get ridiculous during construction. We saw bridges that got higher or lower depending on the level of water and giant cogwheels spinning around to move platforms. Isn't it even too much complicated? Utsukushi answered, groaning. They built it underwater. They had Tio add something to attract tourists, otherwise this place would be deserted, Naruto answered as he dodged a new wave of bats that descended on him. Oh yes! Because this was the perfect place to bring your family in the weekends before Zanteem started his plan, the vixen answered, sarcastic. Guys? Midna said, uncertain. Yes? Naruto asked as soon as he climbed out of the water and finished kicking away the two small fishes that were trying to bite his toes through his sandals. Up there, the imp girl answered, pointing upward with a shiver. What are you? Oh god, that's disgusting, Utsukushi asked before shrieking in disgust. What the fuck? Above the group, clinging to one of the stalactites of the wide room, stood hanging the fattest animal either of them had ever seen, with an ugly bloated belly, helmeted head, fat purple lips, double chin and dozen of eyes on its back that blinked at the heroes in surprise. What a disgusting toad! Midna shrieked, gagging once the thing jumped down to growl at them. It's a frog, there is a clear difference, Naruto answered, offended. What do you mean? It's clearly a toad, she asked back. No it isn't, he answered, sidestepping the creature as it tried to pounce on him to squash his body under its belly, and kicking it far away with his own heel. Yes it is, Midna answered as Naruto gave a kick to one of the eyes, in truth parasitic fishes that had been hanging from the beast's back, making it ricochet from the wall and slam on the mini-boss forehead with enough force to launch it back against the wall a second time. Prove it, Naruto said, stomping down childishly and not even noticing that his feet had in fact stomped on the creature's tongue, making it shriek in pain and try to jump away to free it. Umph! 2 short legs and 2 stubby arms that make it impossible for that toad to jump, Midna answered, crossing her arms. What? Have you seen how fat this thing is? How can it jump if its belly touches the ground? And it has smooth and slimy skin. It means that it's a frog because it lives in humid climates and we are underwater, Naruto answered, grabbing the huge tongue of the beast to pull on it, and slammed the creature's back on the ground before grabbing Midna's hand to force her to rub its skin. See? Smooth and slimy. It's a damn frog, he said in triumph. It means nothing. Look at its eyes. Midna roared back as her hair hand grabbed the back of the thing's head to move it closer to the two of them, and uncaring if she forced it to slam its forehead on the ground hard enough to dig a crater. Do you see those eyes? Frogs have bulging eyes while this thing can barely open them with how fucking fat it is. And toads have round, fat bodies, she replied. Guys? Utsukushi tried saying. But it jumped. It tried to jump on me and toads don't jump. Naruto answered smugly. Yes, they can. You yourself told me that Gamabunta and his clanmates can jump, and they are toads, so it means this one is a toad too. Midna answered, jabbing her hair-made finger towards the creature with too much emphasis, and so plunging it in the unspecified amphibian eye socket, making it scream in agony. They are summoned, so it doesn't count. And even then, unspecified amphibian, got it? I hope you are happy now. Thanks to you, the narration as well got fucked up, the blonde said as he grabbed the beast's tongue to pull it out violently, and held it in between the two of them. See? This is clearly a frog's prehensile tongue. It is not my fault if you can't tell those two species apart, and got everyone confused. But okay at this tongue for real. Does it look like the tongue of a frog to you? Midna answered. It's a fucking frog, the blonde said, punching blindly on the thing's head, making it go deep underground and cracking its helmet-like head. It's a toad, the imp girl yelled back. Frog, he said, jabbing a hand towards it, and unknowingly in its remaining eye making it howl in agony once more. Toad, she answered, punching its head herself and completely shattering its helmet. Frog, the shinobi yelled, stomping down, making a stalactite fall down, impaling the beast's back. Toad, Midna roared as she shoved the thing against the wall with a telekinetic blast in her haste to go forehead against forehead with her companion. Frog! Toad! Toad! Naruto said, smirking. Frog! Midna answered, furious. And I said that it's a toad, the shinobi answered. It's a frog! A frog! And that's the end of it, the girl shrieked. HHA! I got you, he said in triumph. What? You asshole! Midna growled once realized. Guys! Utsukushi yelled. What? Both answered at the same time with a furious expression. The thing is dead, the vixen replied, pointing at the splattered on the wall remnants of the thing. It's a frog, call it like that. No! It's a toad. Who the fuck cares? It's dead and dropped a chest, WHO, and all that crap. Now grab whatever is inside that box and let's continue with this farce. Utsukushi roared in answer, making the other two shrink under her glare. Okay. Both human and Twilight imp muttered obediently. By the way, the physical distinctions between frogs and toads can easily get blurred because sometimes the features appear mixed or less obvious, and certain species even legitimately fall into both categories. It is not uncommon, for example, to find a warty-skinned frog that isn't a toad, or even a slimy toad. Even the more invisible stuff like cartilage structure has been found to sometimes fit both categories. See? He made his homework, the vixen answered proudly. But it was still an ugly as fuck mini-boss, whatever it was. I hope there will be something cool inside the chest. What is this? Naruto said, confused, as he took out a complex-looking gauntlet with a chain around the wrist area and a big three-fingered claw at the end of it. It's a claw shot. It's written on the tag. Midna answered, pointing at the small tag dangling from the gauntlet. How does it work? Point it somewhere and shot the claw. She tried answering with a shrug. Let's see, this should be the trigger NW Choi, he said before the claw of the gadget shot forward, grabbing a faraway switch before dragging him towards it, activating it, opening the gate to a new room. This is so fucking awesome, Naruto said as he hurried through the newly opened door. Hoi! Let me try! Let me try! Midna ordered immediately. Nope. Come on, she whined in answer. I am the hero, I use the cool shit, bye, he answered, shooting the claw again and zooming away. I want to try it, the imp girl yelled, chasing him. Oh god. They are worse than kids. Utsukushi groaned in disbelief. Hey! If I focus chakra on it, it grabs everywhere. Even where it shouldn't. Oh. I love this, the blonde shinobi said with a joyful laugh as he kept swinging around the temple like a ninja Spider-Man. Focus! That should be the last lever of this place. All the water passages should now be open. We need to see if we can now find the last piece of the fused shadow now that every road has become accessible, the vixen said. And if it is like the other pieces, then some kind of monster should be there waiting because corrupted by that stuff. Naruto answered. It's the last one, we have almost done. Can you do this for me? Midna asked. For you? Of course. All this and more for you, Midna-chan, he answered with a wide smile. Thank you, she muttered with a tiny smile. So, we have the boss room key and we pretty much combed every room. Where is that huge-ass lock and the monster that will curiously need me use the claw shot to defeat it? The young man asked aloud. You can't know that the item we got will be the exact same you'll need to defeat the boss. Midna answered, crossing her arms. Last time it would have been like that with the iron boots and the bow had Naruto lacked ninja training. Utsukushi answered. Coincidences. Whatever. Let's go. Naruto answered as he launched himself on the stairs-turned water slide to reach the bottom. Midna said, mimicking him as well. I want a wee too. The vixen whined, pouting. 1 hour later. Okay, we double-checked everywhere. Where have they hidden that room? The blonde asked, huffing as he sat on the immense moving ramp of stairs. Under you, I think? Midna said as she turned around the magical compass while focusing on finding the boss room. You sure? The blonde man asked, confused. The compass say so, she answered. Fuck it! Rasengan! Naruto answered, jumping high before slamming down a beach ball-sized ball of spiraling chakra and demolishing the whole thing in a giant cloud of dust and debris. There was an archway behind the stairs, Utsukushi said, chuckling. Oh, well, if they ask, I'll blame the bokoblins, Naruto answered, shrugging. We didn't meet any, Midna said. Details, he answered, opening the door with the key and jumping down the trapdoor hidden behind the closed gate. Deep under the lakebed temple. The area was a giant round cave with several ruined pillars. The absolute silence that greeted the former shinobi only made his senses stay on edge as he expected an attack coming from pretty much everywhere. Do you sense anything? Midna asked with a low voice. Bad intentions under us, it's hidden under the sand, Utsukushi answered. SSSH! Something is moving, Naruto answered as he could see the sand at the bottom start moving. Tentacle! Electrified tentacle! Midna shrieked as a semi-transparent tentacle sprouted from underground, prodding around. Guh! It has an eye inside. The young man groaned with a grimace as an eye climbed inside the thing to glare at him. It was when the thing saw Naruto that another half-dozen tentacles came out, followed by a big bulbous body with 2 sets of fanged mouths, one inside the other, that soon growled in hunger. Try catching that eye with the claw shot, Utsukushi said. Why not? Get over here! The shinobi barked, launching the claw forward and grabbing the eye of the Twilight aquatic Morpheel before it could disappear inside its head and dragging it towards himself to grab it. See? The gadget we have found before, it's helping beating the big boss of the very same dungeon we found it in, the vixen said with a vindictive smile. This means nothing, the imp girl answered weakly. Shrieking in absolute rage, the rest of the body of Morpheel came bursting out of the ground to chase the laughing Naruto around the wide room. What's wrong? Missed something? The shinobi asked as he swam faster and creating clones with their own fake eye under their arms to confuse the monster. It's an eel? Or a moray? Naruto asked as he dived rapidly, making the boss slam its head against the wall. If you ask me, that's clearly an eel, Midna answered. No! We are not going through this again. Now fight that thing, kill it and recover the fused shadow. Now! Utsukushi ordered. Okay. Naruto answered, unsealing Samahada and throwing the eye at Morpheel, making it swallow it instantly. The weak point? That thing seems to have an hard skin, Midna said as the eye reappeared on the beast's back. I fear I just returned it, the blonde answered, sighing as the Twilight aquatic charged him with its fanged mouth wide open. Whatever, just kill it, the ten-tailed vixen said in alarm. With a dull impact, the living sword Samahata went lodged vertically inside the creature's mouth to stop it from biting the shinobi in half. "Let's show this little fish who's got the biggest fangs, Samahata," the blonde said, pumping industrial quantities of chakra inside the blade, making it grow in size until it forced Morpheel's mouth open to the breaking point, and making its razor-sharp scales dig into its flesh, making the monster roar in pain. "Now that the mouth is occupied, let's deal with the eye," he then said, climbing on the beast's back to grin wickedly at the only eye it possessed. "You are definitely an easy boss. It's kind of pathetic, but whatever. This trip under the lake lasted even too long. Ready for the beating of a lifetime?" the young man asked, cracking his knuckles, making the beast whimper and shake its giant head. "Now say my name, bitch!" the shinobi screaming, plunging his fist deep into Morahil's orbit. "Kyah!" the creature screamed in utter pain, trashing violently and purposely slamming its head against the walls to shake Naruto off. "Useless! Now die! Raikiri Rasengan!" Lightning Cutter Rasengan, still with his hand deep inside the monster's eye, the blonde focused lightning element chakra in his fist to create an electrified version of his Rasengan, and using Utsukushi's stolen chakra to actually use that element for the jutsu. In an humongous explosion of darkish blood, the whole head of the creature exploded, turning a huge portion of the water filling the arena red. It worked. I guess other elements can be added to the Rasengan other than wind then," Naruto said happily as he recovered Samahata to seal the sword back. "Do not forget that it is thanks to me if you can do that. You are the vessel of the pure ten-tailed embodiment of badassery," Utsukushi said smugly as the rest of the boss body slammed a last time against the walls and finally opening a hole, making every drop of water pour out. "Where do you think all that water went?" Midna asked, curious about where hundreds of thousands of gallons of water could disappear to. "Deep underground." Two Gorin were happily relaxing in a hidden cave while bathing in a pit of molten lava as if it was a jacuzzi, and with the bubbling of the molten rock the effect was actually the same. "You know what we lack to make this even better?" Gorpiro said, sighing and leaning back. "What?" "Something nice to drink. Splayaways. Are you happy now?" "Back with Naruto." "Who cares?" the blonde answered as the body of Morpheal exploded into black fragments, soon condensing into the last piece of the fused shadows. "There it is! The last piece," the imp girl said happily as she came out of the shinobi's shadow. "You know, now that I look at the pieces better, they kind of remember me of your helmet," he said. "Maybe, in the meantime, I'll just take that." "Thanks," she said, grabbing it before giving to the young man a strong hug. "Think nothing of it. It has been fun in the end," he answered, chuckling. So you don't resent me for all I've put you through, right? We really need this thing. We have to do something about Sant, the one who thinks he is the king of shadows," Midna said, worried. "I already explained to you that I am more open-minded than what you thought we that live in the light normally are. No need to worry about me being bothered by the fused shadows," the blonde answered, waving her off. "You sure? His power is a false one, but he is still powerful," she tried saying before his peck to her lips silenced her. "Sure," Naruto answered, smiling. Then let's go, we'll prove Zant's weakness using these. I have dragged you all over the place to do everything I needed to. But now it's time," Midna answered, opening a portal near the two. "Together?" he asked, presenting his hand. "Together!" she answered, smiling and grabbing his hand as both disappeared inside to return in the Light Guardian's chamber in Lake Hylia. Lake Hylia. What? Both Naruto and Midna yelled at the same time as the area was once again covered in twilight, with the Light Guardian reduced into a tiny sphere of light. What shocked them was that the portal they used only worked for Midna, making her tumble out while Naruto was forced to stop while still inside it, and turning into his nine-tailed fox shape because of the twilight power. "What's happening?" Midna asked, looking around shocked. Waiting for them there was a man with a rich-looking robe and wearing a masked helmet showing a devilish face sticking out its tongue. "Zant!" the imp girl roared in rage. "Ho! Did you honestly mean to take an ancient and withered power like this and turn it against me?" forcing her up in the air paralyzed and stealing away the fused shadows. Midna! Midna! Let her go, you fucking bastard! Naruto howled as he started slamming against the barrier, stopping him from coming out of the portal and making cracks appear on it. Silence, you beast! And you are a foolish traitor, Midna! Zan answered nonplussed as he walked closer to the trapped girl. Better a traitor than being something like you, she answered, spitting at his feet. Why do you defy your king? Zan asked with a mock sigh. Focus my Biju chakra and let's rip him a new one, Utsukushi said as the transformed shinobi's body now started shining in red energy, making the barrier holding him whine under the stress of holding him prisoner. My king? You, who do nothing but abuse the magic of your tribe? You must be joking, Midna answered, snarling. How dare you? Zan growled out. Are you implying that my power is our old magic? Now that is a joke, he then asked with a calmer tone. With an unseen pull, the masked man slammed the imp girl down on the ground behind him before dragging her on the floor, and then keep her in front of himself to caress her back. Midna, did you forget? That beast you hang around with is one of the light dwellers who oppressed our people, Zan tried saying before the girl's snort stopped him. You mean Naruto? He is not even Hylian, you dumbass! He comes from another land altogether. He has no idea about what our world looks like or the history behind our kind. He is helping Hyrule just because he is a nice guy and hates self-centered fools like you. Nothing more and nothing less, Midna answered, chuckling before the power holding her momentarily squeezed her whole body in a painful manner. What's with that language? He growled. And I should grace you with a proper way of speaking? Over my dead body, she answered defiantly. Ho. He has been a bad influence then, but no matter how much you may desire otherwise, you will never be more than a shadow in their world. You cannot consort with their kind, Zan said with a mocking tone. Oh. So that's how it is, you are jealous, Midna said with a vindictive grin. What? Tee-hee-hee. You hate the fact that I would more likely stay with him more than you, isn't it? It burns to know that, and it is consuming you from inside. It's impossible, you say? Well, let me tell you that I saw what he is packing down there, so I am more than eager to have lots of test runs to see if our kind can mix with theirs, over and over again, she said, amused. Silence! The man snapped, slamming her on the floor. We can make their world ours, Midna. Light and darkness will meet at last. Our tribe will take back their realm, and sweet darkness will blot out this harsh light, the man added, stalking closer to the downed girl. And that, Midna, is why I need you, the man added while towering over her as the lower part of his mask opened to show a fanged mouth twisted in an hungry sneer. TCH. Not just for me, but for all of our people, lend me your power, Zan said, leaning closer to her face. And I need you to not talk so close to my face. You are killing me with your breath, she replied, snarling. So be it. I will return you to the light world you covet, the man answered, furious as he lifted her again to force her to hover above the water of the spirit spring. Midna away awa! Naruto yelled in horror as the light guardian was forced out, making his pure light shine blindingly on Midna, burning her body now that she had now shadows protecting her and making her scream in pure agony. Fool! Zan muttered, forcing the light spirit back into the water to let the heavily burned Midna fall at his feet, with her body now appearing negative-colored out of the almost fatal exposure, making him chuckle as he prepared himself to deliver the killing blow to the fallen imp girl. This power is granted to me by my god. It is the magic of the King of Twilight. And you will respect it, the masked man said, charging a sphere of energy in front of himself and directing it to the downed Midna. Hirah! At that, an inhuman scream of rage shocked the whole cave, causing the masked Twilight to start trembling as the barrier he had set up to stop the shinobi got blown to dust, shocking him. You Ashole! With a deafening bestial roar, the portal 2 exploded and a blur moved past Zan, destroying the sphere of energy in his hands and grabbing Midna to move her on his back, uncaring that a piece of whatever the man tried launching at her was rapidly sinking in his forehead. Gigi gurgle! Zant gurgled out in both shock and fear as he finally registered that not only his arm, but the whole left half of his body had just been turned into a fine red mist by the charging Jinchuriki before falling to the side bleeding heavily. Now I need to help my Midna, but next time I'll kill you. You and whoever is that you call a god. Remember. Naruto growled before dashing away from the cave with his hate-filled slitted eyes as red as blood burning their hateful glare in the man's brain, making him shudder in horror. My lord help me. The scarred and wounded Zant whispered weakly as a dark aura covered him, making him disappear from the cave that got free from the twilight as soon as he returned to Hyrule Castle. Not far away. Hang on, Midna! I am here! I am here! The shinobi said as he hurried away. Naruto! She muttered weakly. I am here. I should have helped you. I should have stopped him, he said, stopping momentarily to look at her with sad eyes. You said? My Midna. The girl muttered with a weak chuckle. Mine and no one else's, he answered, sighing. So you really want me? Only if you want me yourself. Now shut up and save your strength. I need to find someone able to help you. Naruto answered as he started again to run. Hero chosen by the goddesses. The disembodied voice of the Light Guardian said, echoing in the shinobi's head. What do you want? I am busy, so I have no time for your bullshit, he answered as he desperately whacked his brain to find a solution. Go to the princess locked away in the castle. That princess holds the key that can unlock you from your shadow form. I don't give a fuck. Tell me how to help Midna instead. Naruto roared back. Zelda can help us. Midna whispered weakly. Hear me now, you fucker. If she dies, once dealt with Zant and whoever is helping him, I will come for you all. It was your light to reduce her like this. The transformed blonde said, sending a glare to the sky, oblivious of his threat actually shaking the Light Guardian. Hold on, I will run for real this time, he then said, covering her with his tails before focusing chakra in his legs. The resulting sprint literally caused the terrain behind him to explode as he ran faster than he ever had before. Hyrule Castle Town. The few night guards present were patrolling the tall wooden gate when they saw the tall cloud of dust moving close to them at impossible spring along, feeling the earth tremble under their feet. Close the gate! Close the gate! The captain yelled in alarm, making the tall door close with a dull clang. Sound. Out of my way! Naruto yelled as he tore down the imposing door from its hinges and launched back the various soldiers, refusing to slow down not even for an instant. We got breached! A soldier yelled in shock. The doors that resisted the attack of whole armies, destroyed. The captain muttered at seeing both halves dented and broken lying on the floor. With Naruto. Telma's bar! She said she has an hidden passage for the castle hidden in there. Utsukushi said, making the foxified shinobi twist in his run to find the bar. Nah, Naruto. Midna muttered weakly. I am here. We are going to find Zelda, she'll help you. Just stay with me, he answered. I am tired. You'll sleep later, now keep your eyes open, we are almost there. When he reached the bar, though, he found a Gorin waiting for him. Beast! Get out! The tall rock-made creature said. In answer, Naruto simply snapped, and head, but later and the several tons of Gorin bodyguard went sent flying inside the bar and against the faraway wall, where he got stuck with empty eyes. Enough of this! I have no time to waste! The now furious shinobi bellowed as the other people present readied their weapons to attack him. Attack me, and you die, now stand down, he hissed. You beast! We will, a woman said, holding her sword tightly. I said stand down. Naruto replied, making the floor under him give in into a crater and scarring the present to the core. Telma! I saved your sorry ass to take you to Kakariko. I helped the Gorons with their minds, I helped the Zora to get out from being an ice block, and I am helping Hyrule ever since this mess started. Now it's your turn to move your ass and help me. You helped, Naruto? Telma asked with wide eyes. Help me for fuck's sake! Or I will tear down this place and find the secret passage myself, he answered with a desperate scream. Naruto, hurry Z Zelda, Midna said weakly. That girl, What's with her? The woman asked while signaling to the others to stand down. I need Zelda, I need her help. I don't know what turned you into a beast, but I could recognize those eyes of yours everywhere. Follow me. Telma answered, taking a deep breath and motioning him to follow. But Telma, one of the men tried saying. Silence! This is nothing of your business. He has been turned into that, and his friend is clearly a step close at dying. After all he has done for everybody, it's only fair someone helps him in return, she answered. Please, Princess Zelda, Midna pleaded. Everything will be fine, little girl, trust me. Come this way, Naruto. What we need is in the attic, Telma said, guiding him upstairs. The attic? In there I have a secret passage connected to the castle's waterway. It will bring you inside, but once there you'll have to find the princess on your own, she answered. Thank you, Telma, he said, grateful. No. Thank you? You are doing great things, as the Goron leader himself sent that guard you just blasted away. I fear he didn't recognize you immediately, but I'll inform my friends about our hero turning into a fox, so they'll know that the big nine-tailed fox is on our side and help you. Now go! There is no time to waste, the woman answered, keeping the door open for him. Thank you. I won't forget this, he said, hurrying inside. Are you sure you did the right thing? One of the costumers asked, unsure. That fox in truth is the bravest man I had ever seen, the strongest, as even if turned into a beast he still can and will fight for what's right. I was told from Renadu that there is a man trying to track Naruto down to take him away, uncaring if like that Hyrule lose its last hope. We need to keep that Jiraiya away from Naruto at all costs. The boy is here to start a new life and is already risking it to help a bunch of strangers he never met before. For all intent and purposes, Hyrule is his home now, and we all need to do our part to help him, Telma answered with a grave tone. I see. Very well, I'll make the others know. We'll keep an eye open both on him and that man. Do you have a description? He answered with a fierce nod. Tell everybody to listen carefully. He is a spy master, so we'll have to be careful, the woman answered. Meanwhile, without even bothering to check why, Telma had a room filled with gold and a very human-looking statue of a man sitting on a rich chair. Naruto simply tore open the chest that was hiding the entrance to the secret passage to dive inside it. This place, do you remember? It's close to where we met the first time, he said with a sad tone. You were so scary looking, Midna answered weakly. And you a pain in the ass, but by now I like you just for that reason among many others. I like you too, she answered with a tiny smile. Then a date would be possible once done with Zant? Do not joke, in a moment like this. I am serious, Midna. But I am disgusting. I find you adorable instead. Beautiful even, so my offer stands, Midna-chan. Naruto answered seriously as he sped up to run vertically on the wall to shorten the distance between him and Zelda. Thank you, she answered, sobbing, making him feel something wet run on his neck and correspondence of her face getting buried in it that he decided to not comment on. Spiders! Utsukushi yelled. H! With a mighty scream, the transformed blonde grabbed the leg of one of the giant spiders with his mouth to fling it towards the other before biting the head of both clearly off. Where to? He asked. Down there. It seems like some cave-in buried the entrance. But hurry up, Midna seems to get weaker by the minute, the vixen answered, worried. Can't you do anything? Naruto asked as he managed to dig his way under the rubbles. Very little. I can influence her body a little with my chakra, but she is too different from an human, so I don't know how she will react if I use too much, the now human-looking Biju answered, shaking her head. Thank you all the same, he answered. Thank you? Just stay silent, damn it. Not even when a step close at dying you can keep that trap closed, Utsukushi said sadly. Never for you, furball, Midna answered. We are almost there. Just few minutes and we are there, Naruto answered as he ran up to the spiral staircase towards the upper part of the castle and already recognizing the path towards Zelda's room. Bulblins, birds, bats, spiders, either you move or die, out of my way, the shinobi bellowed as he charged forward, demolishing whoever and whatever stood in its path. It was with a sense of deep elation that he finally saw the window to the princess' room. He immediately dived into to loom for the woman. Zelda! Zelda! Naruto yelled frantically. Nah, Naruto! Midna whispered as she fell down from his back. Midna! He answered, moving at her side immediately. I am here, Zelda said, caressing the girl's cheek with a pained expression. Please tell me, how do we break the curse on this one? Midna asked weakly while grabbing one of Naruto's paws with all her remaining strength. Who cares about that? He answered. No. You are the one, they need you, to save your world, the imp girl answered with a sad smile. No. That's why, princess, please, you must help Naruto, Midna pleaded. Zelda simply moved a hand on the shinobi's head, making the back of her hand shine in a bright golden light before nodding with a sigh. What binds him is a different magic than what transformed him when he first passed the curtain of Twilight. It is an evil power, Zelda said, closing her eyes deep in thought. Our world is one of balance. Just as there is light to drive away darkness, so, too, is there benevolence to banish evil. Head for the sacred grove that lies deep within the lands guarded by the spirit Farin. There you will find the blade of evil's bane that was crafted by the wisdom of ancient sages, the Master Sword, the princess said. And how is that supposed to help us? Naruto asked. The Master Sword is a sacred blade that evil can never touch. And as evil cloaks you like a dark veil, that blade is the only thing that can cleave it, Zelda answered. Fine, Naruto, you can get to the woods, on your own, right? Midna said weakly. I am not moving from here until you are okay, Midna. For once I want to be selfish and first follow what I want instead of what everyone else wants me to do, he answered, shaking his head. You idiot, you incredible, funny idiot, the imp girl said, caressing his foxy face lovingly. Princess, I have one last request, she added. Yes, Midna? Can you tell him where to find the Mirror of Twilight? The other asked, making Zelda gasp in shock. Midna, I believe I understand now just who and what you are. Despite your mortal injuries, you act in our stead. These dark times are the result of our deeds, yet it is you who have reaped the penalty, the princess answered. Zelda? Accept this now, Midna, I pass it to you, the woman said, grabbing Midna's hand with both of hers. No! She is sacrificing herself to save me! Naruto, stop her! Midna yelled with wide eyes. Wait! You can do that? The shinobi asked, moving a paw up to touch Zelda's hands. Yes, she answered. Then use me. No! Midna screamed in horror. I can't do that, you are too important, Zelda answered. And you two are too stupid. You do not know me, I am an Uzumaki by blood. We possess enough life force to survive through everything, even what would normally kill a normal human, and I personally surpassed even those limits in the past. I can survive whatever stress you will impose on me, and if I have to shorten my lifespan just to save Midna, then so be it, he answered. Are you sure? Zelda asked. No. Please, Naruto, no! Midna pleaded. Go ahead, he answered with a sharp nod. I envy you, Naruto, hero sent by the goddesses, as even the power they gifted me with has nothing on the strength of your spirit. Give me your hand. The princess answered with a suffered sigh and grabbing the offered paw with one hand while using the other to grab Midna's hand. No. Please, no, the imp girl pleaded in tears. Just shut up, Midna, Naruto answered, grinning as a golden light surged from Zelda's body to envelop the three of them. UGH! The shinobi groaned as he felt his very spirit start burning like fire, and yet clenching his teeth as hard as he could. In that moment the world froze as three women with their body made out of light appeared in the room to look at the transformed shinobi. You are showing a great will, Hero Namikaze, Neria said as the three walked close to the fox. Ready to sacrifice your own life for the sake of your precious people, Faror added as the goddesses knelt down to be at eye level with him. Lending your strength, your power to strangers just because you felt it was the right thing to do and never once regretting your choice, but pushing forward to protect the innocents. Din said, moving a hand on his head to caress his fur. We shall grant you your wish, Hero Namikaze. Your friend Midna will be healed and you will continue with your journey to save Hyrule. The goddess of wisdom said, nodding and adding her hand to Din's. You will be recompensed for your struggles when this is over, and we will remember you as our hero of power. The goddess of courage added, moving her hand above her sister's. My mark, hero of power, as a proofs of my faith in you and my choosing you as my new champion. Bring peace back to Hyrule and the Twilight Realm. We will be waiting for you up in heavens when your time will come for real. The goddess of power finished saying as the same marking of 3 triangles appeared on Naruto's right hand. Now raise and fight, hero of power! Your journey is not over yet, the 3 goddesses said as one as light shined in the room so powerfully to shame the sun itself. Twilight Realm. ARDH! An agonizing scream of pain echoed everywhere as Ganondorf grabbed his hand in disbelief to see the marking on the back of it disappear completely while the skin opened to let blood flow as if a piece of his flesh had just been ripped away. My shard, where is it? The man roared in rage at feeling only a mere spark of that power remaining inside him, while the rest dissipated into nothingness. A new champion has been chosen, and he will soon come for you to finish what the others could not do. Din's voice resounded all around the evil man, making him let out a new scream of pain as his old wound from his failed execution to reopen slightly. Gra! Ganondorf screamed in rage again and again as he destroyed everything around him in his blind fury at the loss of his Triforce shard. Back in Hyrule Castle, a now completely fine Midna was slowly returning on her feet to see both exhausted princess and Shinobi smile faintly at her, none of them surprised to watch the imp girl spin rapidly on her left to slap Naruto as hard as she could. You idiot! You stupid fool! She screamed before hugging him. Hoy! I am still alive though, he answered with a weak chuckle. And with a new gift yourself, Zelda added, shaking her head. I guess it means that you are officially Hyrule's hero now, eh? Midna asked as she jumped on his back. I guess, Naruto answered, uncertain while watching his new tattoo on his paw. It was then that the princess cried out in pain, grabbing her hand. Run! Zelda yelled in fear as she shoved them towards the window. What the? Naruto said, shocked. Let's go! Midna answered, immediately teleporting both outside and far away from the castle. What's happening? Naruto asked. In answer, a black-colored barrier appeared around the castle in the shape of a prism, emanating a feeling of anguish in whoever looked in the direction of the palace. Both me and Zelda felt the Twilight magic build up for that. Either Zan tried to capture us or to stop us from doing other visits, the imp girl answered. So the bastard is still alive? Whoever is behind him can revive the fool. We'll need to eliminate both, she answered. Can't wait, Naruto said, growling. But first we'll need to resolve your curse problem. We go back, Naruto. Back to Faron Woods, Midna said in determination. Roger, the shinobi answered as he hurried in the direction of the dense forest to find that mysterious blade Zelda talked about. Soon, Midna, soon, Zan muttered from the top of the castle while watching both move away, grabbing his regenerated arm in phantom pains but steeling himself. His god Ganondorf will protect him. He had nothing to fear from the transformed beast. He told this to himself before returning to his master for the next step of their plan to counter what Midna and Naruto had done up until now. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 1,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 2,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Chapter 9, Wonderful Power, The Master Sword's Awakening. Hyrule Castle Town, Telma's Bar. Still unable to find your friend, honey? The buxom bartender asked with a gentle smile as she refilled the glass of the man lying his head on her counter. He has whiskered cheeks and wears a red cloak. I thought that alone would have stood out enough for people to notice him, But damn it if I am having troubles to find Naruto, Telmaheim. Jiraiya answered with a defeated sigh. And yet you keep coming back here. Are you hoping to find him in my bar, or you do this just to have an excuse to see this old woman again? Telma asked with a wink and a soft laugh. I both. The spy master answered, smiling sheepishly while blushing. Ho. Good answer, sweet cheeks, she answered, amused. Look, I'll help you. Really? Jiraiya said in surprise. Yep. I'll send word around that you are looking for this Naruto boy, so you'll have more eyes scanning the streets. I know a lot of people here and outside, so together we will be able to find him, right guys? Telma asked to the other clients with a knowing smirk. Oh yes. We can help all right, one of the friends of Telma answered with his most convincing smile. Thanks, Haim. I gotta go, that brat may be good, but he won't escape me again, Jiraiya said, taking a theatrical bow and kissing her hand before bolting out, paying for his drinks first, of course. You know how you are supposed to help him, right? The woman asked as soon as she saw the Toad Sage leave her bar for good. Yep. If Naruto goes right, we tell that man he went left. If he is resting, we say he is still moving, and so on so forth. The same man from before replied, making his pals nod. Thank you, guys. Until this mess is over, we can't let anyone disturb our hero, Telma answered with a grateful smile. Narugoran is a brother of the Gorans, we too will watch out for him. I heard the Zora as well will help, and thanks for his help in restoring their water. That human spy will have to wait to resolve his petty arguments, the Goran bodyguard of the bar added, grunting. It was a surprise to learn that the same man I met was the same spy hunting Naruto down, but at least now I have a valid excuse at nearing him and know him better. Goddesses know we may be happy together once everything is back to normal. Huhuhu. The woman muttered with a low, hungry chuckle escaping her. Everyone else just pretended to have not heard the last part of her answer and just did their best to not meet her eyes after that blurting out of her preferences in the romantic department. But many finally understood why Rinnedu had always did everything in his power to keep her at arm's length and inside the way safer friend zone. Later that day, Farin Woods, with Naruto and Midna. As the transformed shinobi kept rapidly running through the paths towards Farin Woods with Midna still riding his back, Naruto couldn't help but finally ask about a little piece of trivia that was still poking mercilessly the back of his mind. I still don't get it. Why now you can stay out in the light even without Twilight covering everything? He asked, looking back to meet her eyes. Your attempted suicide to save me, thank you by the way, you overly gentle fool, had even more benefits than what we both believed apparently, maybe, I think, I don't know. I still don't get it. Me either. Utsukushi muttered, dumbfounded. As if I am sure of this myself, the imp girl answered, huffing. It was when the duo finally reached the entrance of the forest that the Twilight imp girl decided to pull his ear to gain his attention, making him stop abruptly. Naruto? She asked with an unsure tone. Uhu? What is it now? He asked, curious. Can we talk? We need to talk, the imp girl said. You are pregnant? Utsukushi asked with a bored tone from the seal while picking her nose with her pinky in complete disinterest. Not yet, I mean no. But it's something equally important, Midna answered, growling. What's happening? The blonde shinobi asked. I need to know. You need to know, W-hat? Once we have done, after Zant and whoever is behind this is gone, she said tentatively. Yes? Would you be against the idea of coming with me in the Twilight realm? You know, living together, as a couple. Midna, I can't. What about? Naruto muttered, watching her rapidly float from his back to stand in front of him with a furious expression on her face that had his blood freeze. I know. Ilya! Always her! What does she have that I have not? She can't fight. She can't use magic or your jutsu or dash, Midna answered in blind anger. Not that. I was about to ask you how would we have lived together in your realm as a couple if I turn into a nine-tailed fox as soon as I get exposed to your world's magic. He interrupted her with a sad smile. Oh, that. She answered uneasy and with a faint green blush on her face. Why you ask this so suddenly? He asked, nuzzling her a little. I can't live here with you. After this mess with Zant, everyone will be afraid of my people. There wouldn't be a place for me or the others here to stay. And I guess I don't like the idea of losing you, she said, returning to sit on his back. Really? Why? Because I love you, idiot, the imp girl answered, whispering those words directly in his ear as she pressed her face on the back of his furred neck. Here we go. I should have known this would have happened. I miss the good old days in Konoha where every girl was chasing the Uchiha boy. At least there I only had to worry about that Hyrule girl. The ten-tailed vixen muttered with an annoyed sigh as she watched her vessel look down in embarrassment, and play with the dirt on the road with one of his paws. Any answer the transformed young man was about to give was forcefully interrupted when a familiar monkey wearing a small red flower on her head shrieked in fear while being chased by wooden puppets moving on their own with their strings seemingly hanging from the air itself. Ki! Ki! The animal bellowed in fear as the things circled her, forcing the monkey to turn into a trembling ball of fur as she tried to cover her face and body at the best of her abilities. Let her go, you bastards! Naruto roared as he jumped between the monkey and the puppet-like monsters. Ignoring the threat as they watched him with their empty eyes and the unnaturally wide fanged smiles etched on their face, they moved closer, making the poor monkey whimper in fear. I warned ya, now I am going to turn you to splinters. In answer to that, and with a clacking of wooden junctures, the first puppet tried to lounge forward with a swiping motion of its arm to try shoving Naruto away to reach for the monkey. RAH! A ferocious battle cry and a bite later at the monster went thrown back to look at the broken stump of its missing arm, although the mad smile etched on its face was still there, unmoving of course. It must be magic guiding them. I can't sense chakra nearby, so there is no shinobi puppet user around, Utsukushi said with narrowed eyes. Good, at least it means we still have not hunter neens chasing us down, the transformed shinobi answered, nodding. Jumping over the one puppet missing one arm, the nine-tailed fox pounced on another to tear off the head of the thing, making it disappear in a tiny burst of purple smoke. They act like living beings. Without the head they can't remember their master's commands and dissipate since there is no will maintaining their magic-made body together. Midna offered, paralyzing the other puppets in her zone. Thanks, Naruto answered, using the opening to either behead or tear in half the remaining monsters. Hey! Did you save me? The monkey asked, scaring the transformed blonde. Yeah, I did, he answered, panting a little. I totally forgot you can talk to animals while transformed, the ten-tailed vixen in the seal muttered. Thank you, the animal gushed happily while clapping her hands. It was nothing, the other replied, smiling. Listen, since you are so nice, let me tell you something. There's a really pretty wooded area on the other side of this cliff. Really? Naruto asked, weary. Ahoo! I climbed over there, but when I tried to get deeper into the woods, those guys attacked me. What's in those woods anyway? The monkey replied, nodding. How curious for her to mention a part of the forest we still need to check now that we need something hidden in this very same area. Utsukushi muttered, annoyed. Yes, it's very strange for her to pop up now with that little piece of info, Midna answered. Up in the heavens. I told you it would have been too obvious that we are pushing info towards them like that, Din, Neira said, sighing. It was Farore's idea. Not mine, Din replied, whining. We have always done things like this with the past heroes. It's not my fault if this one is a bit more mistrusting, the blushing goddess of courage muttered in answer. Very well. I'll be the one taking charge of this from now on then, as we will need a more subtle approach. Nothing wrong in helping along, but we shouldn't make him feel like we do not trust him for this mission, Nerio answered, sighing. Subtle? Subtle, the goddess of wisdom answered, nodding. Back with Naruto. That sure is a pretty forest. You know, the one I found over there, on the other side of the cliff. Okay. I am going to check it out. I get it, the blonde answered, annoyed. Up in heaven. Oh. Now I see. Subtle help, well done, Din said, smirking. Shut up. My hand just slipped. Back on Earth. A last thing, the monkey said, stopping the shinobi. What? Naruto asked. Your smell, it's so familiar. It smells a bit like a red-clad prince who helped me out once. Ho. I am not a prince, but thank you all the same. Bye. Naruto answered, laughing before hurrying away towards the cliff the animal pointed him towards. Oh. He is a fox now. Humans are so strange, the monkey muttered, confused. While the small animal was still trying to wrap her head around the blonde's strangeness, said Shinobi was calmly walking on the side of the cliff's walls to reach a more hidden tunnel connecting the cliff to a new section of the forest. Okay. Monkey distraction aside, we still have a sword to find. Up for the task? Midna asked as soon as a couple of pesky bats went scared away by the growing fox she was riding. I never was one to back down. And Midna? The transformed blonde answered. Yes? About you and me. Me too, he said, smiling while shaking his back a little to make the imp on his back shake slightly. I already knew that. How could you not love me? I am me, she answered while trying to not smile too widely. Say. Utsukushi growled, making both jump at the interruption. Why do you think there are whole chunks of wood dangling from ropes moving back and forth as if to act as further obstacles? She asked, annoyed. And maybe they were collecting wood and simply had to escape from some monsters and so left everything like that. Naruto offered, nervous. Seems logic, Midna added lamely. Sorry if I ignored you. Umph. Just see to not turn this into an habit. Now keep going, we still need to heal you from this curse-like thing. And I want you to say that you love me, otherwise I won't forgive you. Utsukushi answered, huffing. I am waiting. I don't know, Midna-chan sure is cute, he thought with a mischievous smile. Don't you dare! You know I love ya, furball, he muttered shyly. TCH. Unheard by the two, Midna just grumbled with a scrunched nose. And yet those two managed to snuggle inside your heart and carve a little cozy space for themselves in it. Sigh. What do I have to do with you? Utsukushi. I love you to pieces, that's the problem. Bah! Whatever. Just leave Ilya behind. If I have to let another woman stay around you, then I want her to be at least a bit useful. Yes, and I am definitely not going to do my best to make him break up with you too. TCHE. Never. See, contrary to you, furball, I don't share what is mine. Midna thought, huffing. If you are sure, the transformed shinobi said, uncertain. A new voice said, joining the scene in the shape of a wolf made of golden light. You again? Naruto asked, annoyed. There is a very valid reason as to why I am here. Deep in that part of the forest there is a temple. In that temple resides the master sword that you need to break your curse. The hero ghost said, uncertain. But, Midna said, sighing. Well, you will need to play a certain tune to activate the test of worth to reach the sword, and you have not an ocarina nor you can howl by yourself as a way to mimic it. I think you can see where is the problem now. The ghostly wolf answered. I think I do. Hat now? Naruto asked with a defeated tone. Does your friend know how to whistle? The wolf asked. No. Midna answered, blushing. Wonderful. I hope you are ready to learn then. You'll have to be the one to play the tune, otherwise you two won't get far. The hero shade answered, sighing himself. So it seems, sorry Midna. If I have to. I hope it won't be too hard. The imp girl answered, dropping her shoulders. Meanwhile, elemental countries, Konoha, Hokage Tower. Ignoring the issues the transformed blonde and Midna were facing, in the small office of the shinobi village's leader, the various teams formed by the old members of Naruto's genin class were waiting with various degrees of anxiety for Tsunade to enter her office so to answer to the woman's summoning. Why do you think Tsunade-sama called us here? Ino asked, curious. Maybe she needs all of us for a joint mission somewhere? Rock Lee answered, unsure. That would mean that we are talking about something really big to have Hokage-sama summon all of us. Shikamaru answered, shaking his head. In a way it is, to be exact. Should my suspicions held true, we may need all the help we can gather to pull this off. Tsunade answered as she and Shizen marched inside. Good morning, Hokage-sama. The assembled Chunin, once proud genin, answered as one with a deep bow. Relax. Is everyone here? The Senju woman asked, unfolding a wide map on her desk. All present, Hokage-sama. Sakura answered, nodding. Can I ask a question? Kiba said, raising his hand. Be quick. Tsunade answered. Why only we are here? Why not our old teachers as well? Or any other team? The Inuzuka boy asked, confused. I'll be covering it in my speech, so be patient. Now, Shikamaru? Shino? Please explain to us what you see here. The Hokage answered as she moved to fix the map she was carrying on a near wall of her office so that everyone could see it. It's a map, Hokage-sama. This seems to be our continent, but with added notes detailing the elemental nations' territories and their commercial routes, both on land and by sea. Shino Aburaim answered. Good, are you seeing nothing strange in particular? Tsunade answered, looking at the two with a sharp glare. Each village and their respective routes are color-coded, green for Konoha, blue for Mist, yellow for Kumo, and so on, bar one that has a color for its own, the orange one. Shikamaru answered after a short pause as he traced said line on the sea with a finger. And where does that lonely line passes by? Tsunade asked. Very close to Kumo, and especially close to the island we had sent Naruto to. The Nara boy said slowly as his eyes widened in realization. That's why they used orange. Sasuke muttered, chuckling despite himself. I won't tell you exactly where Naruto is for reasons of security, but know this. That line is very special. It belongs to a very small, unassuming private ship of fishermen an equally lonely and half-forgotten fish restaurant of Mist sometimes makes business with. They come this close to us, and that island only once in a very wide time window. But they stay too far to touch any coast and or island besides their client, and too far for a normal shinobi to reach them by water walking. Tsunade answered with a pleased nod. So he got on that ship? How? Chuji asked, curious. We know for certain that he had hinged himself into a Fuma shuriken and had a clone throw him at Gamabunta. Hoping for the summoning boss to either dodge or deflect him, he instead got grabbed and tossed away. So he either untransformed and reached that ship by himself or... Shikamaru answered. Or that luck of his had him literally fly to them. Kiba added with a sigh of disbelief. It may be why he decided to fight Gamabunta that exact day when he knew the ship would pass close enough to the island for him to board it. Tsunade said, shaking her head, sighing. How did you discover this, Tsunade-sama? Sakura asked. Jiraiya noticed the timing and normal route of that ship by chance. Most hunter-nin and spies instead made the mistake of assuming that extra chakra aside, even Naruto would have not been that crazy to try boarding it while dozens of A and B were hunting him down, especially by walking on those waters. To be safe, Jiraiya had since covered those traces as well so that only him, me and now you others would know about it. He made sure, among other things, to have it appear as if the ship could not go the usual way that exact date so to remove the chance others too could decide to try looking there. The Hokage answered. So Jiraiya-sama is hunting Naruto down? Tenten asked. Last time I heard him he had actually found him. Tsunade answered, grimacing, expression that caused the others cheering to die abruptly. What has that old man done? Sasuke asked, groaning. I guess Orochimaru did tell you something about me and him as well when you were with him. The idiot has apparently used the wrong approach while talking with our blonde friend. The woman answered, groaning herself. He has not given Naruto the idea that we are hunting him down like a missing nin, right? Sakura asked with a pleading tone. Tsunade actually covered her answer with a clearly fake coughing fit while managing to evade the stares of everyone present. Ooh, God! Niji muttered in disbelief while face-palming. Now how do we convince him that Suna, Spring, Mist, various minor villages and Konoha won't let anyone touch him? That the banishment order will soon be over? Sakura asked, shocked. As for now, we don't know where he actually is since he is evading Jiraiya at the best of his abilities along having the locals help him staying under the radar. But we are doing our best. Figures he probably already befriended half the continent he escaped in by now. Kiba said, groaning. Only half? Ino said mockingly. I am an optimist. The other answered with a weak smile and a shrug. What do you need us to do, Shirsho? Sakura asked. Misleading. We still can't have people know where he is until the banishment order expires and he is back, otherwise he will never trust us again. The Hokage answered, sighing. You want us to spread as many fake info as we can, Hokage-sama? Shino asked. You are his friends. People will be more akin to believe you're slipping tidbits of info here and there when you think no one is listening if you are the ones talking. You don't even need to pay attention and not being contradictory with each other. On the contrary, the more different leads we can spread around, the better. That's why I didn't ask to your former Jounin sensei to come here. Their reaction will be more honest if they don't know about this. Gaara has come up with this idea and shared the plan with me. Tazuna-san in Wave will be doing the same during his drunk ramblings, just like Princess Koiki's men will. Until Jiraiya doesn't manage to fix the mess, it will be best if no one else from the elemental countries contact Naruto. We do not need him to panic and think that there is some sort of massive hunt for his head ongoing. Tsunade answered. So no writing? No letters or anything else? Sasuke asked, shocked. None whatsoever. Believe me if I say that I too would love to write him and explain. But as for now, he would probably take every word we say as potential lies. Even he has limits in this sort of things. The woman answered tiredly. We will do our best, Hokage-sama. We will cover Jiraiya-sama's movements along Naruto-kun, so when he will forgive us and return he will see that we didn't tell a soul where he was hiding, Lee said with literal flames of determination burning in his eyes. I really hope this will be enough. Not a word with anyone about this plan. Only the ones present here have to be in the know, or I will take precautions to ensure your secrecy. You are dismissed, Tsunade ordered with narrowed eyes and cold voice. HAI. The assembled Shunin answered as one. Hinata? Please remain here, the Hokage said, making the Hyuga heiress remain while the others rapidly left the office. Yes? You okay? Tsunade asked with a gentle smile while moving a hand on the girl's shoulder. I still miss him, she answered, looking down. We'll take him back. We will explain everything and earn our forgiveness. Everything will be back to normal. We will? Hinata asked, hopeful. Don't you trust your Hokage? Tsunade asked with a mock glare. Why yes. Why yes I do, Hokage-sama, the girl half-shrieked immediately. Then move along and follow my instructions, the other said playfully, shoving her out of the office and slamming the door closed. Aren't you deluding her, Tsunade-sama? Shizen asked, sighing. Just like I am deluding myself, Shizen. Then that makes it 3 with me, the woman said, shaking her head. Who knows, it may end well instead, Tsunade offered with a tiny, unsure smile. Who knows? Shizen answered with a similar expression. Unknown to them, it will be that misguided attempt at letting him have his space and calm down from his tantrum, as they called it, and they're not trying to contact him to explain their reasons. That will be the major catalyst of the rift between them, and the blonde not decreasing but instead enlarging. Either because of their pride or the fear of Naruto's reaction, none of them seemed to understand that they were in fact taking the wrong approach in trying to earn his forgiveness, and the more they waited for things to fix themselves, the worse things will get in the end. Back in Hyrule, with Naruto and Midna. No! It's AG! Not AC! The spirit of the ancient hero said, annoyed. I am trying, okay? I have not a tab to read, Midna answered, annoyed. Can you howl it again, please? Naruto asked. Fine. But so help me, I will have you learn and whistle that tune even if it is the last thing I do, the ghost wolf answered, growling before taking in a huge breath and slowly howling said tune while purposely elongating each note to help Midna understand. It would have been easier had you turned into a wolf, Midna muttered. Sorry, not that hero. I am the substitute chosen one, Naruto answered, huffing. And I am the Juubi no Kitsune, not the Juubi no Ruga. Ten-tailed fox/wolf, Utsukushi added with an offended tone. Details, the Twilight imp girl replied. Hush! Stop taking and keep exercising. In the end, it took another hour for Midna to finally get both the correct tune and notes, not in small part because the hero ghost was apparently a perfectionist when it came to teaching music, but once finally deemed acceptable, both Shinobi and Imp were given the okay to go on with their adventure. You should be able to activate the trial like that, just in case. Keep whistling until the thing responds, the spirit had said before fading away. I don't want to go through a test of worth. They are annoying, Naruto said with a whine. You are thinking about blowing up everything standing in our way with a raisin gun and be done with it, aren't you? Midna said with narrowed eyes. Yes, he answered, looking down. Well, I went through all the trouble to learn how to whistle, and we are going to at least start the thing, then you will be free to do as you please, she answered, annoyed. Yes, dear, the other said, sighing. Good. Move along then, let's find this temple or whatever is hiding what we need. See? This is why you don't need her, she is a bossy bitch, Utsukushi said, huffing. Stuff it, Fleaball. I was not trying to get him whipped, but just making a statement. He knows I am not that kind of woman, Midna answered, growling. I miss Madara and the Akatsuki, they were easier to manage, Naruto muttered with a defeated sigh while trying to ignore the two bickering women. Meanwhile, with Ilia, Spirit Spring near Orden village, the girl was standing rigid as she followed every movement of the man standing in front of her. Her arms were crossed with the fingers of her hands burying their nails in her own flesh with almost enough strength to draw blood. What do you want? She finally asked. Your help in talking with Naruto, Jiraiya answered simply while keeping distance from her so to not antagonize her further. Why me? Ilia asked with narrowed eyes. I am a good spy, miss. I tracked your father and heard him talk with another villager about you two being together. You are the closest one to him, and I need your help, the spy master answered. He is trying to save Hyrule. You can't pretend him to drop everything, she hissed back in anger. I know! I know! The other replied with a tired scream before passing a hand in his long hair with a suffered sigh. I know, I fucked up in our first meeting and now he believes that we all want him back for his powers, and in part it's sadly true. So what? You need a living weapon? What do you know about the elemental nations? Jiraiya asked, sitting on a near rock. Pretty much everything Naruto himself knows. He told me as soon as our relationship became serious, and I promised to keep everything a secret, and I am still keeping all he told me to myself, she answered. So you know that the peace we have is one where everything stands on a precarious equilibrium? Jiraiya said, sighing. Yes, all the major villages used to keep the minor ones under control with the threat of their bigger armies and the holders of a tailed beast. At the same time, the big five are each kept at bay by the other four so that no one of them gets too daring. As soon as one tries to overstep, the other four flex their muscles to keep the stray one in line by remembering them that they are not the strongest one, Ilia answered. Good. Up until now, the 9 Biju helped doing just that, dividing them between the various villages so that no one was stronger than all the others. Like that, a sort of equilibrium was formed. Then the Akatsuki and Madara happened that threw everything down the drain. And now there is only Naruto, and the now 10-tailed fox Biju inside him. Even Killer Bee, that was the only one other than him to hold a tailed beast, now holds a mere soul, as the Hachibi inside him had his powers completely absorbed by Naruto's Biju. It is not a surprise that now everyone back home has gone into a frenzy, Jiraiya answered. So, what should I do to help you? Ilia finally asked after taking in a long breath. I want Naruto to forgive me, to forgive Tsunade and Shizen and Sasuke and Kakashi and Gaara, and I want him to forgive us, to not forget us, and to come back to Konoha, Jiraiya answered, sighing. That's all? The girl said with narrowed eyes and sarcastic tone. I need you to help me convince him to come back once this crisis is over and the banishment order expires. This is a nice land, I admit it, so I can understand his wish to remain here, but his place is with us. He can't abandon everything, he just can't. All for his powers? No. All for me and his friends. We are his family and we want him back. Does he want to be a farmer? Good. We will give him a piece of land to cultivate back in Konoha and no one will bother him. We won't ask him to take missions unless he himself asks for them. And what about me? And the people of Orden? And will the ones that push for his exile be happy with his returning and being a farmer? You mean to tell me that they won't try to put him into a coma? Ever? Ilya asked. I thought so, she said coldly at seeing the spy master's silent grimace. He shouldn't have run away. We need that peace, he muttered, looking away. You have that peace already, spy master. You are just too blind to see it, a new voice said. Ruzzle! Ilya said in surprise at seeing the man joining her with a Goron tailing behind him. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked with narrowed eyes. He has took away your living weapons, right? He has took them away and in here. Not a single village back in your land has one now, so you still have that equilibrium you so much seems to love. Only this time it's one without tailed beasts. Ruzzle answered as he and the rock-made warrior stepped in front of the girl to shield her. You want Naragorn to go back in your village? That will break the peace you now have, as he alone has that power. Whatever village he joins will then have an edge on the others. No one will be able to rest easily knowing that your village has that advantage on them, the Goron added. And what about us? His friend? His family? Jiraiya asked back between clenched teeth. Take her away, Gormuro. I will keep him occupied. Ruzzle asked, stepping forward. I have not bad intentions, Jiraiya said, raising both hands in a non-threatening way. He can't return home, spy master. He has no choice but remain here, and he knows it. He knows that now that the Biju inside him is the only one still able to fight, the more power-hungry elements of the elemental countries will always plot to enslave him. Ruzzle answered. Hold on tight, human, Gormuro muttered as Ilya climbed his shoulder. I am ready, the girl said, making the Goron run away as fast as he could. Where are you taking her? Jiraiya asked. To Rinnedu. He is already keeping our kids safe and will protect Ilya as well, the swordsman answered, his lie convincing enough to fool the Toad Sage. Listen, I just want to talk to Naruto. I understand that having him back will cause trouble, but I am not ready to give up on him. No one in the elemental nations is. We want our friends back. Whatever he likes it or not, Ruzzle asked with a growling whisper. The people in charge, the daimyos, won't let him go that easily. I am the gentler way to convince him to come back. If they learn about him being in Hyrule, they will send here every capable hunter-nin at their disposal to take him back. They see him as an asset, a property, and won't accept him not obeying their orders and be their shinobi. If they discover that he is here, they will force him back. Let them come, Ruzzle answered in determination. Uhu. You know, I bet a lot of Naruto's friends back in Konoha would be envious of that strength of will of you people should they know about this. I just hope that I will manage to convince him to come back instead, otherwise I don't know how much your resolve will last in front of hundreds of hunters coming here to take him back by force. But know that I hope things won't go in that direction, for you people's sake, Jiraiya said before leaving for Kakariko Town to try and talk to Ilya and Rinnedu and seek their help. Too bad instead that Ilya was being brought to Telma's bar in Hyrule Castle Town so that the woman and the rest of her friends will protect her and let her and Naruto meet in peace whenever they want, or that three goddesses had heard what Jiraiya said and were now plotting against that scenario while glaring a hole in the spy master's head from up in the heavens, making him shiver by reflex. With Naruto and Midna, Sacred Groove. Kaya-weya! A strange kid with a blue face dressed in clothes seemingly made out of leaves and a pointy hat was screaming in fear while running through the forest on the trees and or the floor while trying to play a trumpet-like instrument, shooting out dead leaves at each note. A pity that each note also kind of sounded like farts, and that every time he played a new puppet monster appeared to attack both Shinobi and Imp Girl. Come back here! Both Midna and Naruto growled in chorus while giving chase. It was a prank! A prank! A prank! The boy bellowed in fear as the furry bullet with 9 tails behind him kept tearing to shreds whatever was put against him. Annoying people and harass them, just then say it's a prank, bro. When they obviously get mad is not an excuse. Now let me catch you! Naruto yelled in rage as he managed to bit two puppets in half at the same time in a single bite. I just want someone to play with me! The kid shrieked. What? The transformed shinobi said, stopping abruptly. I just want someone to play with me, the Skull Kid repeated slowly. You don't want to hurt people, boy? I find it hard to believe, Midna said, huffing with crossed arms. But I do, the kid answered with a petulant whine. And you want us to play with you? Naruto asked. Ahoo! Do that and I will show you a special place. One with two very creepy statues and a locked door. I will even let you take whatever it is behind it. If you can open it, the kid answered, nodding rapidly with his creeping smile returning at full power. And in exchange you will take us to this special place, Midna answered with narrowed eyes. Ahoo! The other answered, nodding. Let's make the brat happy. The sooner we have done, the sooner we will finally return Naruto to an human body. Utsukushi said, annoyed. We will play with you, but we are in a hurry so we can't stay long, okay? Naruto offered. Hooray! Then catch me, the Skull Kid said happily as with a new round of trumpet a dozen puppet appeared to cover his escape. That was not part of the thing! Midna roared as the summoned monsters pounced on them all at once. The game in itself was simple. Find the hiding Skull Kid while chasing him through the forest. Luckily the boy had a lit lantern in his hand, so giving away his position alone, his playing the same trumpet-like instrument. The problem was the continuous stream of puppets jumping Naruto following the Skull Kid's twisted sense of playing. When the transformed shinobi finally managed to pounce on the boy a last time, the creepy guy was seemingly satisfied as his body melted into leaves and flew up in the sky, leaving behind his creepy laugh and farewell. Hee, bye! At those words a near wall simply faded away, leaving a tunnel leading to a wide clearing with tiles forming the Triforce emblem on the floor, and two tall statues holding an hammer-like weapon, each guarding an evidently sealed door. We are going to murder him the next time we meet, right? Midna, with her uncovered eye ravaged by a tic of pure, barely restrained rage, asked. I will kick his ass into another dimension, promise. An equally angry Naruto answered, nodding. This should be the place that Hero Ghost talked about. Start whistling, Midna, Utsukushi said with narrowed eyes. Here comes nothing, Midna answered, sighing as she tried to whistle the tune the hero's shade taught them, and actually taking several tries before catching the right tune and speed of the music. In answer, both the imp girl and the transformed shinobi saw everything fade to darkness while the Triforce emblem under them lighted up in a blinding light. When their vision turned to normal, they discovered they were now standing on a pillar of rock while the rest of the terrain had been switched to a bottomless hole. Several other pillars were around them, while the same statues were standing on their own. In a cracking of rock, the two golems turned to look at Naruto while a whispering, dull voice echoed in the clearing coming from said statues that gained life and jumped to stand, one in front and one behind the shinobi to better look at him. We are the guardians of this land, the one on the front said. Guide us to where we once stood, the one behind Naruto added. Only then can you enter the true sacred grove, the first guardian finished saying. Okay. With an expression pretty much identical to a certain overpowered bald superhero, Naruto grabbed the ankle of the first golem to lift it, and after a short spinning on himself he threw it right back on the pedestal it was on at the beginning. Yach? The two golems said in shock. One done, and that's two, the transformed shinobi said as he repeated the action with the second statue, sending it flying right back in its starting position. But, the first said, confused. The puzzle, the challenge, the second guardian added with a tone both whining and disbelieving. I am in a hurry, you'll do that with the next hero. Now open that damn door. Huffing in annoyance, both guardians stood back up and slammed the back of their weapons down, making the floor return to normal, and the door slid upward open. Go now to the sacred place, bastard, the guardians muttered, annoyed. We yield passage to the sacred grove, just get the fuck off and don't come back, was the last thing they said before returning dormant. Sore losers, Utsukushi answered, smirking while Naruto entered the door. There it is, the master sword, Midna said as soon as they finally reached the end of a short corridor, Standing in a small clearing devoid of everything and only occupied by ankle-high water stood a sword firmly plunged tip-first on a small pedestal. "What now?" Naruto asked. "Just touch it. The purifying magic of the sword will do the rest," the imp girl answered. As if to answer itself, from the blade came an explosion of light that launched Midna away and covered everything, making the transformed shinobi grit his teeth in pain as he felt a burning sensation spread along his whole body. Interesting little thing," Midna said in surprise as a mean-looking shard of condensed magic appeared in her hands while the blonde shinobi happily looked at his hands and at his once again human body. "Oh yeah? I am back, Naruto said happily while pumping his fist high in the air. "Glad to see it, tee-hee-hee. I prefer you looking like this," Midna answered as she floated near him to jokingly punch his shoulder. "I don't like this result instead," Utsukushi answered, sighing as she was instead back into being a giant fox. "We'll find a solution for that, I promise," the blonde shinobi said with an encouraging smile. "I hope so. Next stop?" the vixen asked. "Well, we could try to." What Midna was about to say stopped when a weak voice resounded around them. "Wait, take me with you," the faint echo said pleadingly. "The sword?" Naruto said, shocked. "I have never seen enchantments like this. They are ancient," Midna answered with narrowed eyes. "To defeat the evil that plagues this land, you'll need the Master Sword. Only its power can truly vanquish it," the voice said. "I am sure me and my jutsu and samahata will be good enough. You just rest, you sound tired," the shinobi answered with a gentle smile. "Please, my conscience has almost completely faded away. A last mission," the voice begged. Sigh. "Okay. Just use me for the finishing blow. I ask just that. I won't intrude more," the voice pleaded. "Don't worry, you helped me, so I'm helping you," the blond man said with a gentle smile as he grabbed on the hand to pull the sword out. As soon as the blade was completely free, the water around the area rapidly evaporated while the light bathing the trees momentarily seemed to get even brighter before rapidly returning to normal. "I guess it means that the sword accepted you as its master," Midna said, floating closer. "I'll need a sheath though," Naruto answered, unsure. Swords were still not his thing. He actually got samahata because the light spirits seemed adamant in him using one, but he could not in good conscience not help the spirit inside it after listening to its plead. "For now, seal it with your shark-like one. We'll find one next time we go to Hyrule Castle Town. The sword has been trapped here for who knows how long. May as well keep it on your back to show it the world," the imp girl answered. "Yeah, sounds like a good idea," the shinobi answered before sealing the master sword in the same scroll of samahata. "This thing instead, this is interesting," Midna then said, showing the strange black shard with a mischievous smile. "What is that?" Naruto asked. "This is the embodiment of the evil magic that Zant cast on you. It's definitely different from our tribe's shadow magic," she said, deep in thought. "Nasty, I feel uneasy just looking at it," he answered, trying to reach for it only for Midna to move back slightly. "Careful, if you touch it, you'll turn back into a beast," she said, annoyed. "Sorry. That thing is too dangerous. Wouldn't it be for the best if we just leave it here, huh?" Utsukushi asked. "But, on the other hand," Naruto muttered, unsure. "If we keep it, you'd be able to transform into a beast anytime you wanted." Midna finished for him with a nod. "Yes, since Sant was kind enough to give this to us, we should be thankful and use it all we can," the imp girl added, smirking. "I was wondering, can you materialize that thing in here with me? I can keep it isolated and then just let it transform Naruto every time we need," Utsukushi asked. "Why?" Midna asked with narrowed eyes. "Just do it. If it doesn't work, the sword will just expel it again," the vixen answered, growling. Okay, just be quiet, furball," the small girl said, huffing annoyed as she made the shard disappear in a burst of her magic. "Utsukushi?" Naruto asked as the silence kept growing longer. "Furball?" Midna asked in dread. She wanted the girl away from her man, not dead. Holy shit, it worked! A gleeful scream finally echoed in both human and Twily's mind, making them flinch in agony at the volume. "What worked?" Naruto asked weakly, still shocked by the outburst. If I keep it, I turn into an human. I have an human body now. I only need a way to get out of here. Kick those two bitches away and everything will be finally perfect. The vixen, now back in her human boy, answered excitedly. Good for you, Midna said with a tone dripping pure venom, especially for the bitch insult. Okay, I am happy this issue has been resolved as well, but can we move on now? Hyrule won't save itself, Naruto said, shaking his head in amusement. Yes, we should move. I want to keep a low profile, so I'll hide in your shadow when you are human and dash. Nope, the shinobi said, smirking. What? The imp girl asked, stumbling in her words at the interruption. Zant knows we work together, and surely he has told his boss. The monsters normally we meet will blindingly attack me regardless, and now you can safely stay in the light. Why should you hide? Naruto asked back while holding his hands on his hips. But we need to stay low, and dash, Midna tried saying. I wear a red coat with black flames and an orange and black jumpsuit under it, clothes no one else in Hyrule apparently has. I have my face covered by the hawk mask and my hood at all times and carry a huge scroll strapped horizontally on my back. I am hyper-recognizable already. A cute imp riding my shoulder won't make any difference. You don't even resemble the beasts we meet normally, and most of the times normal people can't even see them because of the Twilight veil, and I want to have you around as I enjoy your company. He answered with narrowed eyes, the last part a shy muttering said while scratching the back of his neck. Without saying a word, but only leaving out a small nervous cough, Midna silently floated towards him to then sit on his right shoulder, grabbing onto his clothes and leaning a little on the side of his head. Let's go. Thanks to that thing you can warp whenever you want by switching into your fox form. It's easier if that magic courses through you, she muttered. Thanks, he answered, turning his head to better look at her. No problem, but listen, Naruto, I've got a little favor to ask, she said, moving away from his shoulder to stand right in front of him. I am listening. Would you mind coming with me to find something called the Mirror of Twilight? It's hidden somewhere in Hyrule. What does it do? Utsukushi asked, crossing her arms. That mirror is our last potential link to Zant, the imp girl answered. Then let's go. I will help you find it, Naruto answered in determination. Thank you, she answered with a little smile. No problem, Midna, he said, stealing a little peck on her lips and smiling wide at her face turning full green. Idiot, she muttered while returning to sit on his shoulder. Utsukushi growled in answer. I have one for you as well, don't worry, he thought in answer. You better, she answered, assaulting the young man's mental projection as soon as he appeared near her for a kind of indecent kiss. Once you have done, I think we should really go, Midna said, annoyed. Yes, right. Let's go to Telma. I want to hear if they know anything about Arrow Sennin, Naruto said while pocketing a fluorescent snail to bring it to Ajitha. It was a snail. If the girl really wanted to have a tea party with insects, that one would take years to reach the girl. Get ready! I'll use the one taking us to Hyrule Field. Like that people won't see you turn from a fox into an human, Midna said as the shinobi's body firstly returned into being that of a wolf-sized nine-tailed fox before breaking down into black fragments suckled inside a portal. Some time later, Telma's. The game had its reasons to hide Midna. I have not such issues. As soon as both shinobi and imp girl entered, they were welcomed by the widely smiling woman happily waving at them. Oh my! If it isn't Naruto and his little friend! You seem to have recovered well, young lady, Telma said, winking at the duo. I have, thank you for your help, Telma, Midna answered, nodding. I am happy to hear that. And you? How've you been, honey? The man then asked as Naruto sat at one of her stools. I am okay as well, a bit thirsty but I am fine, the blonde answered, smiling, surprised to see a glass getting slammed in front of him at record speed. The first is on the house, the others you'll pay like the others. That Jiraiya has been here this morning to ask if me or my friends saw you. I promised him we would have informed him, and then, naturally, we will say the exact opposite of what you are doing if we ever happen to see you pass by, of course. One of our men actually saw him move towards the Zora domain, so he'll be busy for a while," the woman said with a new wink. "Thank you, Telma," the shinobi answered, grateful while chugging down his pint. "I was actually talking about you with a couple of friends, you know? And I am honestly curious to finally meet them," Naruto answered, chuckling. "Then just go talk with them. Hey everyone! Introduce yourselves. This handsome young man is the infamous Naruto," Telma said, raising her voice. "The fox? Oh. This is interesting. I wonder what spell was behind the transformation," one of the presents said with a very curious expression. "You remember what I told you before, honey? We are the ones who are trying to help deal with all the troubles in Hyrule, even if we actually are lacking 2 of them, but at least Ruzzle Dash. Are you SL?" Naruto yelled with wide eyes. "He didn't tell you." "No, he hasn't," the other answered, grumbling. "He probably didn't want you to worry. He is a relatively new recruit. He should return here before night. You two will talk then." "What about the other one missing?" Midna asked. "There's been a disturbing turn of events in the Eastern Desert, so he's gone to check it out. Should you pass by, would you be against the idea of checking on him? We are starting to get worried," Telma answered, sighing. "I'll keep my eyes open, don't worry." "Thank you." "He is an old man named Ora. Take time to talk to him if you happen to see him, okay, honey?" "Sure thing," he answered, nodding. "I know you are on a tight schedule, but it's getting late, so I can offer you a place to sleep. There are some emergency rooms hidden under the bar we use for emergencies. Should Jiraiya pop up here, those are also connected to a tunnel leading outside town, so he won't even know you are here," the woman offered. "I don't know," Naruto answered, unsure. "Trust me, you'll like the surprise," Telma answered, smirking. "Okay," the young man said, unsure. The friends turned out to be quite the jolly bunch as Telma had described them, even if not as boisterous as Naruto expected them to be from his past memories of the people he encountered in the elemental countries. "I am Shad, wonderful to meet you," one of them had said, presenting his hand. "Naruto. Telma told me all you've been up to. You're rather formidable." "Geez. Thanks," the other answered, smirking in discomfort. "I'm rather not, instead, I'm afraid. Well, I'm formidable at book reading, but I lack, shall we say, physical skills." "Eared," Utsukushi yelled before melting in a mad laughing fit. "So you are the expert of history and legends of the group?" Midna asked, smirking, she too amused by the vixen's outburst. "Pretty much, if you're curious, just ask away," Shad answered, nodding. The man's companion was a girl named Ishe that had been trained by her father to be a knight, and because of that admitting that sometimes she could sound rude, even if unwillingly on her part. "Listen, I have something important to say. Snow Peak, the mountain to the north of Hyrule, it's unlike any mountain I've ever known. Things happen there that happen on no other mountain I know of. Evil controls it. I'll let you know as soon as I discover more," she had said out of the blue while talking about the training she had went through. "Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Are those light guardians pushing side quests on us now?" Utsukushi said, indignant, unknowingly making the 3 goddesses flinch at her words. "I told you, we need to be more subtle. This hero is harder to nudge into helping us with our other troubles as well," Faror muttered. "We are just out of shape. It's been a while since the last hero appeared," Din answered shyly. Other than that, the rest of the night went on fairly quietly until he was showed the hidden tunnel behind the counter leading to the secret rooms, and the one they were letting him use for the night. Later that night, hidden room underground. "A surprise, I wonder what is it?" Naruto muttered, yawning as he was lying on the surprisingly soft bed with Midna curled on his chest. It was in that moment that the door opened, showing the last person he thought he would have met in there. "Ilya?" he muttered in shock before the girl pounced on him, making the Twilight imp topple on the floor, waking up. What are you doing here?" Midna asked with a roar, and growing even angrier at seeing the 2 humans too much taken by their rabid tongue-war kiss to pay her attention. "Not that I mind, but why you are here?" the blonde man asked once the kiss finally paused. "Ruzzle decided to send me here to keep me safe from that spy master, and like this we will be free to meet without interruptions." I was getting anxious about knowing nothing of what you were doing, she answered, pulling her shirt above her head before restarting their kiss. Oh God, I miss you, he breathed out while lightly biting on her neck, making her moan. I can feel it. Someone here seems to be even happier than you to see me, the girl answered as her hand grabbed his crotch with a firm grip, making him shiver. Hands away! He had his mine, along everything else attached to it. Midna hissed as she floated near Ilya with her arms crossed under her chest. TCH. You! Don't make me laugh! With that body you can't seriously think you will be able to do anything. Even a normal one would be a challenge, his would literally kill you. Ilya answered. Do not underestimate me, little girl, the imp girl replied as her hand too went to squeeze downstairs, making Naruto whimper. Oh God! He groaned as the two girls' hands kept pulling on it to bring it closer to them. Mine! Mine! No! Mine! Utsukoshi yelled, joining the discussion. Enough! The sole male in the room bellowed, pulling himself out from under Ilya, making both girls shriek as they fell on the bed. In the weak light of the candles in the room, the shinobi's body was now only a dark silhouette, casting his shadow on both girls as he towered over them with his eyes reduced to two bright points, burning in unholy lust. First I will calm you three, then we will talk like civilized people, he said with his voice dropping few octaves because of his evident arousal, before ever so slowly rising both hands in a cross-like hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he intoned darkly, making several clones on himself appear next to him, both original and copies furiously throbbing in anticipation as soon as they discarded their clothes. Oh my, I forgot about that, Ilya whispered with wide eyes as she remembered how he could turn when she did set his motor running. He really can use that for this, Midna added with her mouth dropping in a O shape of wonder. Now calm down, Utsukoshi said while slowly backing away as she saw the young man stalking closer to her inside the seal as well. He was apparently horny enough to manage multitasking even in that situation. No escape, he answered as he and the clones pounced. Telma will be soon forced to close the bar as the noises kept going and going without stop, forcing the woman and the blushing messes of her friends to have their meeting elsewhere as they kept getting distracted by the animal grunting of the three lovers and the consecutive orgasms exploding at random intervals coming from the underground tunnels. No one noticed a solitary luminescent dragonfly leaving the bar once the three finally fell asleep exhausted, and everything slowly calmed down, rapidly returning to Ajitha's castle to report its findings. Ajitha's castle. Here you are! So? It's the Toad Prince's back or not? The girl asked, curious as soon as she saw her friend enter from the window. Bzzz. Oh. Bzzz. Bzzz. On my, he can do all that to a woman? By himself? The girl asked, shocked while her face kept getting redder and redder. Bzzz. The dragonfly added with what only her could read as an helpless tone. What do you mean with that? I don't think you can handle him. I very well can, she answered, stomping down with her feet. Bzz? Well, no. Bzz? No. I can't do that either. Bzz. Oh. Now you are exaggerating. That is not even physically possible without breaking your spine, Ajitha answered, huffing. Bzzz. The small bug said, shrugging. Ah. That Midna girl can do that. TCH. It means nothing. He still has to stop the evil monsters plaguing Hyrule. In the meantime I will train and get good enough. I have more than enough time, she said, growling while her other bug friends near her nodded in agreement. But from where I should start? She then asked, muttering. Bzzz. A near ladybug answered. Kegel exercises? Never heard of them. Is that something you do in a gym? Or a temple? At that an unanimous sigh escaped the assembled critters' mouths. They loved their beloved princess dearly, but sometimes she was somehow too much pure to deal with. But they were not going to abandon her. They will help Ajitha. Ah. I got it. It must be one of those spice dishes I heard so much talking about, the girl said in realization and lightly bumping her fist on her open palm. Goddesses, please have mercy of us. The various bugs thought with a desperate sigh as they prepared to undertake the new strenuous task to help Agatha. Omake, Jiraiya Hylian misadventure, T. Zora incident. Caves near the Zora domain. A certain spy master from Konoha was slowly creeping around with his stomach glued to the floor as he stealthily moved through the most hidden crevices to enter the fishmen's domain unseen to look for traces and info about Naruto's whereabouts. Closer, closer. Jiraiya muttered, licking away a traitorous drop of sweat as it rolled down from his forehead to near his mouth. That human, sure he helped us a lot, all things considered, a near voice said, sighing. The Gorons called him Naruto. So at least we know the name of our savior, another Zora guard answered. Aha! They know about him. Finally some good news, the Toad Sage cheered mentally. I heard Inhuman is hunting him down. The people in charge want us to keep that Jiraiya away from him at all costs, the first guard added. Shit! They are on to me! But their voices are getting fainter. I have to move closer. After thawing my cousin out of that block of ice? That human will have to step on my corpse to touch our friend, the second Zora replied, huffing. As the voices grew in number while at the same time becoming more faint and indistinguishable, Jiraiya was forced to move through always smaller tunnels until a thick wall finally stopped him from advancing further. Not now! I didn't come this far just to stop for something as little as a wall. I'll make my own hole in there to listen, using my peeping hole jutsu to spy on a job-related conversation instead of a bathhouse. I never knew this day would have come. Jiraiya muttered to himself as he moved a finger towards the wall to create a miniaturized raisin-gun-like sphere to drill a tiny hole in the wall so to look inside to spy what he was certain was a meeting room for guards. Penises. Penises everywhere. Naked fishmen with human-like penises covered in scaled skin flaying around as their owners walked or throbbing in furious erections as a couple of Zora went through measuring contests. Jiraiya had not stumbled in a room of guards, but in the male side of their underground changing room. Kayayayayaya! At that revelation, I hope you'll forgive him if he answered to that horrifying show by shrieking and demolishing the actually thin wall separating him from them in his uncontrolled shock of disgust. And human! Yelled a Zora. A pervert spying on us! Another said, unknowingly hurting Jiraiya deep inside even more at that accusation. He loved tits, thank you very much. Hey! He is that human spy the Gorons warned us against. And he was spying on us while having who knows what sick fantasy. Let's beat him. No! Do not beat me! The Toad Sage begged as the furious horde of angry male Zora descended on him with raised fists. It wasn't the punches or kicks to hurt the most, but watching up close all those male dongs wildly flapping around without control at a millimeter of his face. But it was when a particularly furious Zora overstepped in his haste to punch Jiraiya that all went to hell, because once slipped on the wet floor the fishman guard momentarily slipped forward towards the Toad Sage, with the added result of slapping said human on the cheek with his penis, making the shinobi go wide-eyed and give the loudest scream of horror ever heard before fainting on the spot with a clearly traumatized expression frozen on his face. Wow! I didn't know you were into that sort of things, the Zora's friend said smirking. WW what? I just slipped. You all saw that. The one that had slapped Jiraiya answered immediately while blushing. Dude, that was just wrong. Not that there is anything bad in liking humans, we all have our fetishes. But still, at least wait until we all have left, another said, barely containing his laughter. You are a bunch of assholes. Just help me kick this bastard out of our territory. You sure you don't want to remain alone with him a little before that? We are not judging. Go fuck yourself, man. Needless to say, once managed to escape the wrath of the fish people, it will take a while to Jiraiya to recover and start once again his hunt for Naruto, not before managing with great difficulty to erase the horrible memories of what he saw and felt in the Zora domain. Sure, he was still waking up screaming at random times because of his nightmares, but he was slowly getting better. Chapter 10. Enter the Spirit Wolf. Hyrule, Kakariko Town, Malo Shop. Naruto was at the moment amassing rupees in a wide box in the hands of the old Gorin stationed in the corner of the young kid's shop with an amused, yet annoyed, smile on his face. 998, 999, 1000. With this you should have enough to help rebuild the bridge and start the Castle Town branch of your shop, right? He asked, shaking his head. Glorious day! We have collected enough funds to finance repairs to the bridge connecting West Castle Town to Hyrule Fields, brudda. The old Gorin answered, excited. Those corrupt, price-gouging shops in Castle Town are officially on notice. Soon they will rue. And all thanks to you. Malo added with his usual stoic expression. And I pretend to have an everlasting bonus discount on the merchandise since I am unleashing you on them. Really, when I was your age I preferred going around pranking people, not setting up a franchise as a cutthroat businessman. Naruto answered, sighing. Same here, but with archery lessons instead of pranks. Midna added from the shinobi's shoulder. That can be done. 30% max, not more. Malo answered, nodding nonplussed. You won't even answer to my calling you a money-hungry bastard? The blonde asked, snorting. To each his own. We reached our development goal thanks to you, so I am still grateful. The kid answered, nonplussed. Don't worry, brudda. We are not strangling people in there too. We will sell good products but with discounted prices. The Gorin added, smiling. Sigh. I'll hold you on that. How's Ilia? Malo asked. Pretty well, now that she knows I am fine she seems more relaxed. He answered, smirking. Everyone would be with regular booty call. Utsukushi answered, amused. You weren't complaining last night, Utsu-chan. Yes, I seem to remember your loud declaring about how good it was. Midna added mentally. Talk's the one howling like a bitch in heat. The vixen answered, furious. I didn't howl. That was you. The Twilight imp countered, frowning. I still don't get from where your new friend comes, Naruto. Malo said, curious. She comes from far away. And even if small and cute, she is also a kick-ass friend. Naruto answered proudly as he walked outside. As soon as the door closed and the two were far enough, the small Twilight imp chuckled loudly and slapped the back of her companion's head. Do not overdo in compliments, Midna said, amused. So you didn't like? He replied, pouting sadly. I never said that, she answered, giving a small kiss to his temple. But this doesn't mean you'll get a kiss every time you do say those things. Oh. Okay. Although. Yes, Midna-chan? I wouldn't be against the idea of a compliment, or two leaving your mouth from time to time, as a way for you to show that you comprehend my greatness. The small girl said. Sure. I'll keep that in mind, the shinobi replied, snorting. Was that irony I just heard? Nope, he answered with a clearly fake expression of innocence. You fool! Midna huffed with crossed arms as she floated away. Oh. Soi Midna-chan! Naruto pleaded. No! I am angry at you, she answered, turning around to give him the cold shoulder. You won't forgive me? Even if I do this? This? She asked without turning around. This? This what? She said, finally looking back to glare at him. In that moment his lips covered hers in a fast kiss, making her face burn dark green in a fierce blush. TCH. That's your way to calm me down, I have the royalties on that, the ten-tailed vixen said, annoyed. This. Still angry? He said smugly. Another one, just to be sure, she muttered. I'll give you all the kisses you want, Midna-chan, the shinobi answered, smiling. Grrrr. Really? Real MPHU. He could barely answer before the small imp pounced on him. Meanwhile, Hyrule Castle Town, Ajitha's castle. The young woman was still listening to the lessons her bug friends were giving her while taking notes, when the door to her castle went opened harshly by a scowling Jiraiya. Yes? The girl asked calmly, yet visibly offended at the interruption. I finally discovered that you know where Naruto is, and before you try fooling me again I'll tell you that I know that more than once he came here as well. He is not conspicuous with his new friend mounting his shoulder all the time. Where is he? The spy master demanded. Now see here, you brute! I never fooled you! Agatha huffed with her hands on her hips and narrowed eyes. Yes, you did. Zora penises, I mean, just that you gave me wrong directions that lead to annoying situations. Jiraiya answered with a shrieking scream only to try and cover his reaction with a calmer one once seen her recoiling. Very well then. Even should I know where my future king is, why would I tell you? Agatha asked with crossed arms. Future king? The other repeated dumbstruck. He is the king, sage of toads, so I as the queen of bugs have called dibs on him the moment I saw him for the first time. And my friends confirmed it themselves about us being destined to each other, she replied, making the bugs near her nod emphatically. What's with the brat attracting CKS left, right and center ever since he came here? First the girl from the farms, then a flock of Zora girls, then the fan club of Hyrule Castletown girls that formed as soon as he dominated that star game, then the Goron girl daughter of the tribe chief, and the maidens she was choosing for the traditional Goron wedding night. She was obviously not preparing because she doesn't like him. Damned Sundaras. And now the girl with the everlasting dreamy expression that thinks she can talk with bugs and be their queen, although both she and the bugs have a feeling similar to nature chakra coming off of them, admittedly. The Shinobi of Konoha thought in dismay. Say, Agatha asked while looking at her notes. Yes? Let's pretend I know where my king went, and I am open to share the knowledge, she said, walking closer. Okay, Jiraiya said, leaning closer, eager to listen. Would you answer few questions of mine in exchange? I am taking lessons from my friends and I got some key details I still don't understand. I am not from around here, Jiraiya replied, annoyed. But you are a pervert, right? A super one. And how do you know that? The man asked, suspicious. My friends the ladybugs said so. Bzzz, the bugs replied with a clear nod. Okay, I saw Aburain clan members do the same, so in hindsight she may be far related to them. There is no other explanation for her ability with bugs, the old man thought, sighing. Okay. You need someone to give you the talk? He asked, bored, wondering idly why people always asked him about that if they knew he was a pervert. Not that. I need clarifications, the girl said angrily. Okay. What do you need? The other said, growling. Let's see. Agatha muttered, flipping through the pages of her notepad. HHA. Is bukkake for when he comes inside your mouth or on your face? She asked with an angelic, innocent smile. Oh God! Jiraiya whimpered as he backed away. Wait. I am not done. Those anal beads, how many is the limit? And the ideal size? No. Not Grass Village again, the spy master whimpered. He already saw this happen, a young girl nearing him because a fan of Ika even if too young to read the books, then would come the parents yelling in indignation and the screams of pedophile, then the girl asking for details and everyone else believing he was trying to seduce a girl nearly 1/3 of his age, and then there will be the digging of the holes to hide the bodies before running away. Will I get pregnant if he comes in my butt? Does it hurt always or only the first time? Is lube really necessary for anal? The girl kept asking, walking closer to him until the spy master found himself with his back glued to the wall. Repress the memories, remember what the doctor said and repress the memories. Grass Village never happened. You never went there in your life. The very pale man thought like a mantra. Oh. I almost forgot to ask the most important one. What does sperm actually taste like? Agatha asked cutely. KYYYYY! With a high-pitched scream, Jiraiya ran for the door only for a cloud of luminescent bugs to close it. As if I would have helped you find Naruto, Agatha said darkly as the buzzing of bugs grew to deafening levels. You do not scare me, little girl, Jiraiya said, taking a fighting stance. I have something even you will fear. I will never tell you where my king is, the young girl hissed. Something even I fear? Ha! Do not joke, Agatha-san. There is nothing I fear, except yaoi, and Zora penises and oh. That didn't happen, Jiraiya answered bravely, then spiraling into mad rambling for an instant, and then recovering all in the span of few seconds. Yes, I have instead. The bees, the queen of bugs said as those bugs flew inside from the windows and towards him like a thick cloud. Not the bees! Not the bees! Aya! IHAVM on my eyes! The eyes! Aya! Aya! Jiraiya screamed as he leaped out of the window to run away screaming through the streets of Castle Town closely chased by the bees. That was overly dramatic. Wait. He never answered my questions. NNNNGH. Damn it, she said before growing angry and stomping down with her foot in her childish tantrum. Tell the bees to sting him on his penis too. So he will learn to never mistreat a fine lady such as me or leave without helping me first, she ordered to one of her bugs. BZZ, the small thing replied shrugging as it flew outside to follow the girl's orders. Kaya. Good job, Ajitha said giggling pleased. Back with Naruto, Lake Hylia, several minutes later. In an isolated clearing with no one around, the sky soon darkened and a hole appeared between the clouds to let a smoke-like cloud of black particles fly down to compact into the shape of a big nine-tailed fox soon joined by a Twilight imp smiling wide. See? You actually enjoy traveling like this. No need to hide it, Midna said watching her mount transform into Naruto as soon as Utsukushi returned the shard of Xanth's magic to its isolation inside her. Okay. It is a fast way to get around, I admit it. Now, where does Aura said he will wait for us? The blonde asked looking around. In the letter he sent us he says to look for an ancient tower. He is waiting for us up there to talk, Midna answered while waving around the short letter they got from the postman as she returned to sit on the blonde's shoulder. Like that one? Naruto said pointing at the tall thing standing isolated and surveying the lake. Seems like a good candidate, let's check it out, Utsukushi answered nodding. A short run and fast tree walking used later and the young man and small imp saw a tall old man standing alone on top of the tower using a pair of binoculars. Ora-san? Naruto asked taking away the hawk mask and hood. Yes, and you are Master Naruto, is it? The other answered turning to look at the blonde. Yes, I get Telma told you who I am then? That is right, I am part of the group that Telma kindly allows to meet at her bar and I was told everything about you and your mission. So this letter is yours then? It is. I have heard all about your deeds from her, so I thought it was time for us to meet and sent you a letter. I didn't know you were so close though, you came here very fast. The old man answered impressed. I happen to know how to travel fast. But you said you needed my help and that is why we should have met here. What do you need? Naruto said walking next to the man so that both could see the faraway desert lands ahead. Right to the point, very well. Now, you being a courageous youth, you have likely heard from the others of the strange events in the desert, no? Ora asked. I was told you were very worried about that. You want me to go there to check? The blonde asked. We have more pressing matters. We have to take down the barrier around Zelda's castle, Utsukushi said in angry annoyance. We too need to go in that desert for that reason, Utsukushi. Now, be quiet, Midna mentally answered in annoyance. Yes. The Gerudo Desert once held a prison built to hold the worst criminals this land has ever known. The criminals who were sentenced to death were sent directly to the underworld by a cursed mirror that was kept in the prison, the old man explained, making Midna let out a subtle growl. You okay, little one? Ora asked confused. Just keep talking, I am fine, the small girl answered coldly, growing relieved when Naruto gave the shoulder she was sitting on a shrug to attract her attention and flash her a reassuring smile. Okay. As I was saying, now that prison is condemned and even the road leading to the desert is impassable, this desert at World's End, it still holds the cursed mirror and the malice of the doomed inmates. So what do you suggest me to do? Naruto asked, crossing his arms. Sigh. I don't know. The other admitted, sighing in defeat. You don't? These old bones know that the evil currently plaguing Hyrule is related to this wicked place. So I have come to learn the truth, but you know that as for now you wouldn't be able to last long in there, and that you needed help from someone else, so you decided to ask me. Naruto said, passing a hand through his hair. Yes, Master Naruto, And I must ask, what will you do now? Will you help me? Can you confirm my suspicions with your own eyes? Ora asked. Sigh. I have to go there for my own reasons, so I think I can investigate for you as well, Naruto answered, sighing. Thank you, Master Naruto. Then please let good old Ora help you out. How? Midna asked, curious. You see Lake Hylia below us, little miss? Ora answered, pointing at the lake. Hua? A man named Fire runs an amusement ride of sorts there. Give him this and you will see, he said, taking out of his pocket piece of paper neatly folded to hand it to Naruto. What's this? Naruto asked. A memo that will gain you Fire's help. You see, long ago I saved his life, and now he cannot refuse me if I ask a favor. Ora answered, chuckling. Oh, the blonde said, pocketing the small thing. If you leave the rest up to Fire, all should go well. Should? Midna asked, smirking. There is nothing certain in this world, Mississippi. Just give my note to Fire, that man will then do the rest. This is my help to your journey, he answered with a gentle smile. Thank you, Oro. I'll let you know if I discover anything, Naruto answered, shaking the man's hand. I will leave everything in your hands then, Master Naruto, the man replied, nodding in relief and watching the blonde fearlessly jump down the tower to run towards Fire at inhuman speed. With Naruto. Hoi! FYR! The blonde called out, making the clown-dressed man look at him. HRRM? I need a favor, Ora said, to give you this, the other said, showing him the note. From old Oru, huh? Ah, well, I guess I ought to do what the old coot says, Fire said, shrugging and entering inside the floating funhouse to fumble with its cogs and settings. Old coot? He is no kid either, Midna muttered, snorting and making her companion chuckle in answer. Yep. It's pretty important stuff, Fire, Naruto said loudly so to be heard by the old man. I bet it is. Oasis flight, right? Fire asked. I guess, why? You can add other places? We tried to see if we could shot someone on the moon. Too much power required and it burned the mannequin we used to test it to a crisp, the other answered, shrugging while still tinkering with the cannon. Yikes, the blonde muttered, grimacing. Here you go, one of our secret options not available to the general public, Fire said, sighing as he walked back to stand in front of Naruto. Thank you. What do I owe you? This time's all paid for, what I say? Ready to go? I am ready, just do not shot me on another planet, the blonde replied, chuckling as he walked inside. Not funny, boyo. All right then, but remember, next time, you gotta pay, Fire answered just as the door finished closing behind the former shinobi. Good thing we will probably use your Twilight portals for future trips there then, Midna-chan, the blonde muttered, chuckling. Cheap boy, she answered, amused. Sweet sailing, buddy of mine. I hope it won't blow up this time, the old man muttered, crossing his fingers. Blow up? Naruto shrieked from inside the cannon. One for Oasis! Fire in the hole! Fire yelled as the ceiling of the floating house opened to show the huge cannon hidden inside that turned to point towards the desert to shot the young man with a deafening boom. I hear we have a T-Yoda! Naruto's furious/scared scream echoed in the whole area, making everyone listening cringe. Yep. Gotta remember to dodge the boy next time, or he'll make me fly to the desert by kicking my ass, Fire muttered, shaking his head. Few seconds later, Gerudo Desert, landing zone. It was thanks to a timely use of shadow clones acting as mattress that Naruto could land somehow softly without injuring himself, instead of grating his whole body on the sand, toppling for who knows how long at the impact. Now I see why it is still not openly presented. They must be still working on the landing, Midna said, coming out from the blonde's shadow where she had been hiding as soon as the duo had entered the cannon. That and the blowing up issue, Utsukushi added. Do not remind me of that, so? Is this the place? Naruto asked, crumbling. Seems so, Midna answered, sitting on his shoulder with a suffered sigh. What's wrong? Before we go on, there's something I want you to hear, the small girl said, uneasy as she floated forward to stand in front of him with her back turned to him. Midna, do you remember what the spirit said about the fused shadow? she asked with a low voice. It was not full of praises, but as I already told you, I don't care. I personally am not different from those relics. I too can be considered a threat. Jinchuriki like me have already been used as weapons in the past, and not always for rightful reasons either. The blonde answered, walking closer to her and forcing her to turn around so to look in her eyes. And what do you think happened to the magic wielders who tried to rule the sacred realm? Midna asked, surprised to feel his hand cupping her cheek lovingly and moving her own hand over his to lightly grab it. You don't need to tell me, the young man replied, making her shake her head. You need to know, the imp girl answered. They were banished, don't they? Naruto finally said, sighing. Just like you. They were chased across the sacred lands of Hyrule and driven into another realm by the goddesses. Midna said, nodding. Up in heaven. For all that is worth, little one, we do not consider your people as culprit as the first ones we banished. Din said, saddened. Your ancestors were culprits of great crimes, but we do not, nor ever will, consider said crime valid for the following generations as well. Nehru added, nodding. Shall the time come, we will offer our apologies, should we find your hearts repenting from the past sins. Faror decided, making her sisters nod. Back in Hyrule, with Naruto and Midna. Where did they send them? Naruto asked. It was another world entirely, the antithesis of Hyrule where the sun shines bright. The Twilight Realm, Utsukushi said in realization. Yes, its denizens became shadows that could not mingle with the light. Eventually most came to call it like that, and from it, none could return to the world of light. Midna explained, admittedly letting out a tiny gasp as her companion hugged her tightly. I am here, the former shinobi said gently. They were forever doomed to live in the twilight, flitting in the half-light of dusk, mere shadows of Hyrule. She kept saying. In truth, Naruto didn't need to hear that. To him Midna was Midna, and so he was already ready to give her and her people a chance instead of immediately believing them to be evil. But he knew that the confession was more for the girl herself than him, that she needed to tell him, either to test him or to finally take away the weight of that confession from her chest. Midna-chan, he muttered, caressing her back. This is the history of the Twilight as it has been passed down from our ancestors. Do you now understand what I am? I'm a descendant of the tribe that was banished to the Twilight Realm, she screamed in sorrow as she looked up at him. So what? Naruto asked back with a gentle smile. Yeah? Twilight, Hylian, Shinobi, to me it's the same. There are good guys and there are bastards, and then there are monsters like that Xanteme and the bigger bastard behind him. Your ancestors may have been banished because they did what they did, but Midna-chan is Midna-chan. And this for me will never change. Not with all the trouble I had to go through to learn how to deal with you. Be but dash. Or even to finally learn to love you. He then added with his smile turning more mischievous. Be but. Even our dear jealous furball likes you. No, I don't. Utsukushi. Sigh. Okay. Fine. I too started enjoying having you around, so cheer up. Utsukushi begrudgingly admitted, sighing. All Midna could muster at that was a subtle, strangled whimper. Do not cry, don't go out of character, he said playfully as he could see the first sign of moisture appear on her uncovered eye. I am not going out of character, I am still me. Nothing strange happened. I don't know what you are talking about, she answered with her voice muffled by her burying her face on his shoulder. After that he just waited there while hugging her, pretending her shivers and small hiccups were not happening nor that his shoulder was feeling wetter than when he arrived. Several minutes later. You okay? Naruto asked as he was once again running at top speed, dashing through the imposing dunes of the Gerudo Desert unopposed by nature of monsters alike. I will be, thank you, Midna answered while still sitting on his shoulder and a little embarrassed by her emotional moment. How was the Twilight Realm? Before all this mess started, I mean. It was a peaceful place, until Zant took control of the Twilight Realm and transformed all of the Twilight into shadow beasts, that is. Shadow beasts? Does it mean? The blonde asked in horror. Those you fought were far too gone, I could feel it. In their case, there was no longer hope for them to return to normal, as their mind was no longer there, only pure animal instinct and submission to Zant. I'll warn you if we encounter some that can still be saved, so you can just knock them out. Midna answered, patting his shoulder. Okay, thank you. But how did that guy manage to do all that? You yourself said he was not using Twilight magic last time we met him. Utsukushi asked, confused. I know, but it's clear to me now that he somehow gained a great evil power previously unknown to our tribe. Whoever his master/lord is, they must be the ones that helped him. Midna answered with narrowed eyes and growling voice. So you escaped when he firstly attacked? The blonde shinobi asked, sidestepping a bulblin and kicking both creature and the bulbo it was riding against a makeshift watchtower of wood, demolishing it in a rain of splinters. Not exactly. I was sent here from the Twilight realm and could no longer get back in there without his power. But I, and you too, have a way around it now, the imp girl answered. That Twilight mirror you talked about, Naruto said. Yes, since Zan took away the fused shadow when he ambushed us in the Spirit Spring, we will need that mirror to find him. It's one of the tales told by my people. Though the goddesses forbade us to return to the world of light, they left one link between the light and the darkness. Something called the Mirror of Twilight that was passed to the protectors of Hyrule, she explained. They probably thought that someday there would have been an emergency that would have required the help of the Twilight, or maybe it was a way of theirs to say that they were giving you our people a last chance instead of fully cutting you others off from this world. The ten-tailed vixen offered. I would love to believe that. The fact remains that the mirror is our only path to the Twilight realm, and we must get there, Midna said in determination. And we will do just that. I am with you, Naruto answered, equally determined. I know, and I thank you for it, she answered with a grateful smile. Later that night. Now, for once I think I will go stealth, the blonde shinobi whispered as he used the hawk mask's zooming powers to scan the round of bulblins guarding the blocked road towards the Colosseum-like building Midna pointed him towards. You think you'll be able? The imp girl asked, curious, as she floated near his head. I am still a ninja. We usually start throwing around flashy attacks when we are discovered by either guards or enemy ninjas, but until that happens we are pretty damn good at staying hidden, he answered, pouting. You wear an orange jumpsuit and a red coat. And yet you would be amazed by his ability to remain unseen, the Biju vixen answered, smirking proudly. Thank you. Whenever you want, honey, the humanized-tailed beast answered, winking. Moving stealthily, Midna had to secretly admit as she stood hidden inside his shadow, really was in his abilities as he moved without making the faintest noise through the dunes to go near the bulblin guards, even using his henge to turn into one of them to better move around. Spotting a faint shining from a sleeping bulblin pocket, the henge Naruto cautiously and discreetly moved closer, glad to see a tiny key hanging from the beast's belt, and subsequently cursing mentally when the guy rolled to the side to cover the little thing with his whole body. Come on, bastard! Do not ruin my moment with this! I want to show that I can enter in other ways other than smashing everything down. The shinobi growled as he tried to move the bulblin to free the key without waking him up and stopping when the grumbling creature automatically shoved him away without waking up. Grr! Growling in anger, the blonde was about to kick the guy into oblivion when he saw the giant boar roasting over a campfire barely few feet away, and so developing a wide and fanged smirk. Once took a whole leg of the thing and made sure only bones were left behind. Once sealed away every ounce of meat of the thing, he moved the roasted boar under the sleeping bulblin's nose, making it turn around and droll, all the while remaining deeply asleep. Here, good boy. Now gimme that key! Naruto muttered, satisfied, as the snoring creature moved to hug the meat possessively to his chest with a happy smile, while the shinobi took away the key. Why did you take the whole boar? And why leave the bones behind? Midna asked as soon as the blonde dropped the henge and was in an area isolated enough for her to come out. Distraction, he replied smugly. Distraction? The small girl repeated, confused. Krih! As to answer her, a loud, furious scream reached her ears, soon followed by similar screams and then the noise of a brawl starting. Distraction, Naruto replied, snorting. A great part of the guards will be too occupied with beating the supposed meat thief to notice possible intruders, especially discreet ones like us. Utsukushi said, amused. Ooh, Midna said, nodding. Some time later. Still laughing merrily on the notes of the poor Bulblin being turned into a paste by his companions, the duo finally managed to pass the abandoned ruins leading to the entrance that would hopefully bring them closer to the Mirror of Twilight. Gruyula! What is this growl? Naruto asked as a faraway bestial growl echoed towards them as soon as they entered, making the ancient walls tremble and dust fall from the ceiling. I have no idea, Midna answered while looking around. Wanna bet that whatever it is, it will be the boss of this place? Utsukushi said, groaning. Very possible, the former shinobi replied, sighing. Do not be so melodramatic. Even should this be true, I bet you won't have a problem fighting it, the imp girl answered, shrugging. Especially since we will soon find the right gadget to defeat it right in this dungeon. The ten-tailed vixen added, smirking. It is not the norm, she screeched in answer. Then what about the underwater temple? Coincidences, she replied, crossing her arms. And the Goron mines before that? Chance. And what about the bow and boomerang? Providence? The small girl tried saying weakly. Enough of this, girls. Let's focus on this new dungeon, Naruto said, sighing. You'll see that I am right. We'll find the right gadget to defeat the boss this time too, Utsukushi said with a sing-song voice. We won't instead, furball. Because it is not the norm here in Hyrule. I don't care about that detail, but what I want to know is where are we exactly? He asked, looking around. Yeah. It was something about an arbiter? Stuff like that. Midna muttered, unsure and scrunching her face in thought. You are in the arbiter's grounds. Thank you, Hiroshi. What the fuck are you doing here? Naruto yelled while pointing an accusing finger at the luminescent wolf. I was watching you, to see how you are doing. Hua, the shinobi answered with narrowed eyes and crossed arms. And I was feeling a tad alone, okay? The wolf admitted while looking down shyly. Why you have not passed over? You taught everything you know to Naruto. What's holding you here? Midna asked, huffing. I too thought that teaching him would have been enough, but I am still here. Maybe I'll need to see you defeat the great evil plaguing Hyrule to finally rest in peace. The shade answered, unsure. Then stick around if you have to, I don't mind. Thank you. Why are you following me? Naruto asked, slowly turning around to look at the shade walking right beside him. You said that I could stick around, the other replied, annoyed. But I didn't mean that you can literally follow me everywhere, the blonde yelled, furious. Too late now. I already took my decision. But you emit light. It will attract too much attention. What about this? The shade answered as his light faded until his fur turned normal, only with a dull shade of gold as its color. Still too much eye-catching, Midna said, grumbling. You ride his shoulder and are a Twilight. He already has someone unique hanging around him. What's one more? The wolf answered, unconcerned. Fine. Whatever. Do you at least have a name? Naruto asked, sighing in defeat. I have one that you know very well, Link, the wolf said with a sad-sounding chuckle. Eh? The blood of the hero is something my ancestors had and that my descendant as well had. There had always been a link surfacing whenever the need of a hero of courage arose, and there will always be one, in a way or another. That's why I was especially shocked when I heard about my last descendant pass away before I could pass my knowledge on to him, or for him to actually fight evil. Hero of courage? You mean this? The blonde asked, showing the Triforce mark on his hand. In a sense. So? Shall we go? Link said as he jumped on one of the lonely platforms of rock remaining from the collapsed floor of the ancient room, now covered mostly by puddles of quicksands. In a sense? What does that mean? And what will you do once we have defeated Zant and his master? Are there any more descendant of yours? Midna asked as Naruto jumped on the same platform that started to sink down at the new weight, stepping on it, forcing both to rapidly jump on more solid ground. I just mean that sooner or later there will be new descendants for me to smile upon from the heavens. The blood of the hero never truly dies, At best it changes hosts, so I'll just need to wait. Link answered while flashing an amused smile at Midna and Naruto. Weirdo, the imp girl muttered, shrugging. It's a pity this place is reduced like this. Will everything be covered by quicksands eventually? Naruto asked as he finally found the right lever to open the gate towards the inside of the Arbiter's grounds. The place is mostly sinking into the desert because left abandoned for centuries, so yes. Oh. And be careful, this place is full of skeleton guards, so navigating here won't be an easy task. The wolf answered, uncaring. Skeleton guards, yikes? The shinobi asked, shrieking when a skeletal hand holding a sword burst out from the sand trying to skewer him and soon followed by the rest of the body. Is this the welcome party of this place? Utsukushi asked as 6 skeletons brandishing lances and swords circled Naruto and Link. Were you expecting tea and scones, Miss Vixen? The ghostly wolf answered, growling at the skeletons and receiving similar growls in answer. For once? Yes, I did, the human-looking Biju answered. Well, if you have done, I have shit to do, so I don't want to waste time. Naruto answered, punching the undead guard in front of him on the chest area, making its old bones explode to dust, leaving the head fall down clattering on the floor. Okay, I didn't think I punched that hard, the blonde muttered while looking at his fist in surprise. It's the Triforce shard inside you. It gives you a big boost in power. It will take a while to get used to it, hero of power. Link answered as he pounced on a near guard to bite its skull to bits. Hero of power? The shinobi asked, bending down to evade a spear thrust, and then elbowed the skeleton, holding it on the spine, breaking it in half. I thought I was the new hero of courage. You said so a minute ago. I can recognize its feeling as I used to be one of its vessels. You have not the courage side of the Triforce. The wolf replied, sidestepping a shield bash attack to tear of a bony leg, making the guard crash down and sink in the quicksands. Then who has it? Midna asked, annoyed as her zone enlarged to paralyze 3 undead for Naruto to turn to bits with a single Rasengan. You, who else? Link answered, amused as the last guard fell to a joint attack of the blonde and hero shade. Me, the imp girl yelled, pointing at her own face. Stop hiding it, I can tell you have it, the wolf replied simply. Midna? Naruto asked, confused. Sigh. I found this on my hand after you almost killed yourself healing me, she admitted as a patch of skin on the back of her hand changed color to show a gray tattoo of the Triforce mark. Ho. Of course. You were about to die, but instead of giving in to fear, you did your best to make me meet Zelda so that I could know where to look for the Twilight mirror without even thinking about being healed, Naruto said with a sad smile. That and your refusing every time Zant proposed an alliance, even knowing he was stronger than you and could kill you whenever he wanted. That time in the Spirit Spring was not the first time you faced him about joining forces, right? Utsukushi added. Yeah, the short girl answered. See? Naruto here never was the hero of courage. At the death of my descendant, the goddess of courage was already looking for a new champion. But when the time of judgment came, Mistress didn't choose him for her mark as hero of power, so Faror chose the second best candidate for hers, you. Every time the holder of one shard appears, the other two too are chosen, so to preserve equilibrium, always, Link said as the group entered a new room. Wasn't in the name of that spirit that modified your coat to make you breathe underwater? Utsukushi asked, confused. They probably have the same name as a way to honor the goddess, like with the Light Guardians, Naruto offered, unsure. Why you were hiding it? Link asked Midna. I didn't want to attract further attention on us, so I tried to use my powers to mask the shard's presence. But if you could sense it all the same, then Zan too may be able, and by proxy his master as well, so there is no use to it apparently, she replied, sighing annoyed. It's a great honor being a chosen, never see it as a burden. Their power will help us greatly in our journey, Link offered with an encouraging tone. Our journey will be really short if we don't find a key, guys, Naruto said, pointing with a thumb to the ridiculous amount of chains that were keeping the only door in the room bolted close. Do not worry, they usually do this to stop evil from coming out, not heroes from going inside. There should be a key somewhere. Whatever. Rasengan. Boom. You do not always do that whenever you visit a dungeon, right? Link asked as he watched the blonde's jutsu-destroyed door and part of the wall leaving behind a perfectly spherical hole. Yup. I don't always want to waste time looking for keys, or levers or pressure plates for that matter, unless I need to open the boss room. Like this it's easier. Why? You never tried it when you were the hero? The other answered, entering while happily humming a little song. No. I never did that. Although, I did used to bring with me dozens of different bombs, trying to use one instead of using a key, it would have helped me saving time in my quest. The wolf admitted as he trotted behind the shinobi. Now I wish you had bought that lantern when we started. Midna admitted, huffing as complete darkness welcomed them in the new room. Better like this? Link said as his fur returned to emit light strongly enough to help the others see. Do not preen, ya mangy dog! Naruto answered, grumbling. I am not preening, the wolf answered without dropping his smug expression. TCH! Both Human and Twilight sneered in answer. How do we open that gate? Utsukushi asked. Light the torches, it will unlock the door. Link answered. How's that supposed to work? Skeletons! Midna said, alarmed as new undead surfaced from under the sand. Again? Fine. Since they are all lined up, I'll do both things at the same time. Katon, Carrier Endin! Fire element, fire dragon flame missile. The blonde shinobi yelled, taking in a huge breath to blow out a thick wall of fire that incinerated the skeletons and lighted up the torches, making the now half-melted gate rise to free the door. That was an impressive display of magic, Link admitted. That's what I call killer breath instead, Midna said, amused. Hey! Naruto said, offended. Ooh. I was joking, don't be angry, she said, baby-talking him. No! I want a kiss. Okay, you dummy, the imp answered, chuckling as she kissed his cheek. Either go all the way or keep moving, we have no time to waste, Link said, annoyed. Oh. Okay, Naruto said, unbuckling his pants. I never thought you were a voyeur, Midna added as she floated down to help him lower his pants. I was joking, the wolf shrieked in horror. Zayip. We too, both droned unconvincingly while hastily adjusting the blonde's pants. Dirty miscreants, Link muttered, appalled. The next room was a very wide one, dominated by an imposing, albeit short, staircase leading to a huge door with in front of it 4 short pillars with an eerie-looking bluish flame burning on top of them, giving the whole room a faint blue tint along, making every shadow even more creepy-looking. I don't like those torches, Naruto admitted at seeing that the 4 blue flames were actually lacking any apparent form of wood or oil helping them burn, but were just hovering on top of the naked rock by themselves. Something's coming, the wolf warned with a furious growl. At that 4 lanterns were seen float by themselves to steal the blue flame from the dishes those were in, making the tall gate slam down to close the door. What the? Po ghosts! Link growled as the lighted lanterns now circled them. Po ghosts? Naruto asked. Wandering spirits, evil ones, the hero's shade answered. I can't see them. Turn into a fox and use your animal instinct to see and attack them. Utsukushi, the shinobi said as his body instantly turned into his 9-tailed fox one. And there he finally saw them, rotting flesh, empty eye sockets and dirty white robes, raving spirits snarling and gnashing their rotten teeth while wildly flailing around the lanterns they were holding as they tried to hit both shinobi and hero's shade. RAH! With a double battle cry, both transformed heroes pounced on the first spirit, ready to recover the stolen flame to reopen the gate. Meanwhile, Elemental Nation's Konoha, Tsunade's office. At the same time Naruto and Link were hunting down Po ghosts, Tsunade was having a secret meeting with the Kazekage of Sunagara, and neither of the two were showing any sign of being relaxed. Still nothing? Gaara asked stiffly. Nothing. Nada. Completely disappeared from the face of the earth, as if the very ground opened to swallow him whole, the Hokage answered, unwavering. You are hiding some key details. Your spy master disappeared as well, so he must know where Naruto is, and that means you too know that little piece of info, Temari said with narrowed eyes. You have no proofs. Tsunade growled in answer. Your answer is already half a confirmation. Kankura replied, crossing his arms. He is a dear friend of mine. I have every right to know. Where is he hiding? Or do you already have him back and are keeping him hidden somewhere under who knows what drugs and or seals? The Kazekage hissed, furious as the sand of his gourd started stirring awake, his words making his siblings too take a not-so-subtle ready stance. He is not in Konoha or anywhere else in the elemental nations, but I cannot tell you where he is. Why not? Gaara roared, slamming his fist on the desk. He is angry at us. He believes we are hunting him down, and he is throwing a tantrum. He dash. A tantrum? At that the whole gourd literally exploded and the sand in it covered the whole room, pinning down the few hidden ANBU in a crushing hold. You are taking this as the acting up of a whining baby? Of a spoiled toddler? He hissed while ignoring the whimpering of his captives. Let them go this instant. Tsunade ordered. No. I am just throwing a tantrum. Gaara said coldly as the sand slowly started constricting the masked shinobi until the subdued noise of bones breaking started echoing in the office. You worms betrayed his trust, you forced me to cave in and accept everybody else's demands, and so sending the first friend I ever had away to appease the masses. And when he finally couldn't take it anymore and decided to take back his life somewhere else, you called it a tantrum instead of admitting your mistake. Gaara, Temari said, grabbing his shoulder in a gentle hold. He wouldn't want you to do this, she begged. Do you really believe to be innocent in this? That he will really come back smiling as if nothing happened? The Kazekage asked with unblinking eyes as he glared at Tsunade. He will come back to us. He must. He is a shinobi. It's his duty. The woman muttered, looking away. For once in your miserable life, right here and right now, tell the truth. We are sorry and we want him back. We want him to forgive us as always. He can't go anywhere else. He can't stay anywhere else. His place is here with us, with me. Tsunade finally admitted, deflating in her seat. He holds the Juubi, a 10-tailed Biju. He is the only remaining true Jinchuriki. He can't return as Suna, Konoha and Spring won't be able to protect him if he comes back. Too many people will do their damn best to have him work for them whatever he wants to or not. And you people clearly made sure he would think even us would be trying that if he comes back. Kankura said while the sand finally receded, making the heavily wounded ANBU fall down unconscious. The coma. It's a stupid plan and you know it. One strong enough to trap him would also be unstable enough to be broken just as easily, and before that, he would be an even easier target to kidnap as he would not fight back, and probably easy to brainwash too in that state. Temari answered, shaking her head ruefully. The Senju clan being closely tied to his is not a secret. You are doing all this not for the village, not for his friends, and sure as hell not for his sake. You are doing this for yourself only. Kankura added, making the Hokage flinch minutely. We did our homework as soon as Jiraiya 2 disappeared. Dan, Nawaki, Minato, Kushina, Hiruzen, Hashirama-sama, Tobirama-sama, all dead, except for Naruto, the last family member you have and directly or indirectly linked to all of those I mentioned already. If he too is gone, you are alone. And you hate that, Gaara said with a low voice. Where is he? He finally asked again. Tsunade simply shook her head in the negative, making the Kazekage let out a frustrated roar before storming out of the office. I am giving you 24 hours to tell me, then I will cut any alliance we had and be done with the lot of you. I don't care if it will weaken my village considerably. The young man's sentence, slamming the door closed as soon as he and his siblings left the office. I can't, not now, not until Naruto has calmed down. Tsunade muttered in defiant stubbornness. Corridor outside the Hokage office. Find the members of Jiraiya's spy network, take every man and woman and squeeze out of their heads every info they have. Check every town, village, port, boat, ship, shack, forest, cave, desert, lake. Upturn every rock and tear down every damn door and wall you see. I don't care how, but you have to look everywhere. We are ninja, we are good at hiding secrets and even better at uncovering them. That old man has left behind traces somewhere, even he can't hide everything. Gaara hissed, furious. Okay. Kankuro answered, nodding in determination. What about Naruto's old friends and teammates? Temura asked. Interrogate, follow, spy and threaten the lot of them. As for now, they are not friends of Naruto, they are just possible leads and will be treated as such. Once done that, take every scrap of info you get from them and dissect every word. If we are lucky, 1/100th of what they will tell us will be close enough to the truth. The Kage answered. What do you mean? As his friends, they will be the first source of info others will look for, meaning that they will either purposely let slip fake details or had been unknowingly fed lies about where Naruto is or has been seen. And I fear we won't be the only ones making this assumption. Kankuro answered. Then it will be especially difficult to discover where our friend is hiding, the Wind Mistress admitted, sighing. He is hiding in a land called Hyrule. Shizen muttered as she joined them. Where? Gaara whispered once, made sure no one was listening. Hyrule, another continent several weeks away from here on boat. Jiraiya-sama managed to follow the scarce traces Naruto-kun left behind before erasing those to himself. He has been hunting him down ever since, and I fear that helped cement his decision to never come back just as well as the banishment itself. The woman answered with a sob, breaking her tone every now and then. Why are you helping us? Why should we believe you? Gaara asked. Because I can't wait any longer. Tsunade-sama and the others took the worst possible approach to this and are stupidly waiting for Naruto to be the one contacting them to do the first step and forgive them even before they could beg him to, as always. Just because they are afraid or too damn stubborn to admit their mistake. Shizen admitted, almost in tears. You want him back? Temari asked with narrowed eyes. I want him happy. I want him to be safe where no one will ever bother him, and I want him to forgive me. But I won't pretend him to abandon the life he has in there to come back here if he doesn't want to. Thank you for telling us then. We'll do our best to contact him to explain what happened and tell him that Suna and we three are not his enemies. We will explain what we did and take full responsibility for our choices and leave to him the decision to forgive us or not. Gaara said with a grateful tone and a nod. If you are doing that, please add my letter to yours, the woman said, giving Kankuro a small envelope. What's this? He asked, confused. My letter, telling pretty much all that you just said, but about myself, and few other things, like my admission of being too stupid to write sooner and my wish for his happiness in Hyrule. My and Tonton's wish, actually, Shizen answered shyly. We'll do as you ask. And if you feel the need, I'll make sure to forward your letters in secret, like that no one else will interfere or try to use them to see where he went. Gaara said, nodding. Really? Shizen asked, shocked. Really, oh, the Kage had the time to say before the woman hugged him, an action still too alien even for his instinct to predict, so to raise his usual wall of sand. Thank you. Thank you, the distraught woman answered with grateful tears. Both Temari and Kankuro actually had to chuckle at Gaara's awkward expression and his stiff way of patting Shizen's back, and at the slightly panicked look in his eyes at having to deal with something as strange as a crying woman hugging him, losing it completely when his sand even spelled the word help, at his feet. I will start making arrangements right away then, Gaara, Temari said happily. And at the same time I will make sure we won't be intercepted, Kankuro added. Good, now please help me. Some time later, Hyrule, Arbiter's Ground. Was this the last one? Naruto asked, finally returning human as soon as the last tall ghost finally succumbed, leaving behind the empty robe it was wearing once finished trashing around violently and turning to smoke. It should be. We destroyed 4 of them, Link answered. A thing I don't get, it's what the hell was that thing that flew out of their body once killed them. One was the blue flame. But that black ball? A soul fragment by the looks of it. Some poor guy must have had their spirit fractured and the pieces stolen by the Po ghosts. Those fragments should have already returned to their rightful owner. We even helped a random guy without even knowing it. Awesome! Naruto said, amused. While this happened, back in Hyrule Castle Town, the statue of a short man made of pure gold slowly started blinking and moving, signaling that the man that had been cursed into that form was finally able to move by himself, and to keep being desperate about his misery. What woman would ever love a man that once cured of his greed discovered to like talking about his feelings, cuddle, is very sensible and loves animals, that loves to write poetry, to take romantic walks and prepare candlelit dinners himself and enjoys romantic operas and has a body made of solid gold and possess an unlimited amount of money. Who could possibly love him? Life indeed was unfair. Say, Utsukushi asked. Yes? Link answered. Who designed this place? And the other temples? How are people supposed to move around if everywhere you look you find moving bridges, sliding corridors and rooms where the walls need to be spun around to open doors? Ah! That! It is kind of a fun story actually. When the various temples were firstly built, it was a time the faith in the goddesses was at an all-time high, so artists simply did their best to have palaces worthy of representing the goddesses' home in the mortal realm. In short, some of them went a little overboard in their wish to create something outstanding. Here instead, well, this was mostly an execution's ground that could also hold prisoners for a short time before their execution or banishment through the mirror of Twilight. That's why we have met all those skeletons, as they are what remains of the guards. As for the moving walls, the harder it is to move around, the easier is to stop escapees from leaving should they manage to break out. The wolf answered. If you say so, the vixen replied, shrugging uncaring. At least now that gate is once again open, and are those cogs? Naruto added happily while walking through the open gate to see the new room and the broken floor welcome him. Something seems to be lacking, part of a mechanism. Midna answered as she floated closer to the small hole in the middle of the room where it was clear a cog of some kind had been removed to interrupt the system. Ah! I think I know what we need here. If we are lucky we should also find one close, but we'll need to be even more lucky for it to still work after all this time though. Link answered in realization. HHA. I knew it! A NEW gadget to defeat this dungeon's boss. Utsukushi yelled in victory. It doesn't work like that! Midna repeated again, annoyed. Actually, that is something I too noticed back in the days. Always the right tool to clear the dungeon, and its boss hidden in that same dungeon. Every time, a most peculiar thing I have to admit. Link admitted with a wolfish shrug. Damn it! If you have done teasing Midna, Naruto said, sighing. Never! Can we please go on? He finished saying, pretending he had never been interrupted. Yes, we must continue dash. Crash. The spirit wolf said before breaking into a shrieking scream as he simply failed to find solid ground to walk on once used one of the doors. You okay down there? Naruto asked while looking all the way down the circular hole covering the whole room floor and at the giant pillar resting in the exact middle of it that had been built to look like a giant screw. Yes. Luckily my face broke the fall, Link answered with a broken voice. I guess the whole floor can be raised and lowered by pushing that giant lever around the pillar. Hundreds of years without being used must have loosened the thing enough for it to go down by itself though, Midna said as she followed the blonde down in a more elegant landing. What floor, sir? The former shinobi asked, amused. It's not fun, Link said, annoyed. Quit being grumpy, you are an undead spirit, you can't get hurt, he answered as he started pushing and making the whole platform they were standing on slowly move upward with a loud chorus of cracking sounds and whines of ancient cogs finally moving after God knows how long. Mind killing those things while I do the heavy lifting at least. We technically are a team in this, Naruto added, annoyed as skulls with spider legs kept jumping down from the walls to surround him trying to take a bite. Okay. I'll get to it, the wolf answered, grumbling as he started biting the small things in half or headbutting them to pieces. Not to be a bother, but you are going the wrong way. We need to move this thing to the lower floors, Midna said, amused while observing the compass in her hands. Fuck! Why you didn't tell me sooner? The blonde answered, whining as he complied, making the floor/lift move downwards. You never asked? There! Behind that door! The imp girl said, unfazed while pointing at the new chain-covered door. Very well! Raise! Why not using a key for once? Just to try how it feels, Link said sarcastically, and offering the other the ancient key he was holding in his mouth he took from one of the skull spiders. Spoil sport, the former shinobi answered, grumbling while opening the door the proper way. See? It worked just fine. Oh, do shut up, you flea ball. Other rooms? This place is immense, Utsukushi said in wonder. It develops mostly in height, either by going very deep underground or reaching high altitude upward. The desert didn't offer an area stable enough to have it built normally, so they had to improvise. Link answered. And those rails running along the walls? Naruto asked, confused. Oh. You'll see. And I bet you'll like the spinner all right, the wolf answered, chuckling. The spinner? A surprise, Miss Midna. TCH. Tell me immediately, then. The imp girl started saying before the new door closed behind the trio, leaving them in a completely dark room where the temperature dropped to freezing levels, and a lone, giant sword stood plunged on the floor, held down by chains each covered by dozens upon dozens of seal tags along a giant circular array of runes surrounding the section of the floor the whole assemble was occupying. Mini-boss? Naruto asked with a whisper as sinister runes started shining on the blade, making the weapon move by itself to break free. Probably, Link answered, worried, as one by one the seal tags burst aflame as the sword slowly rose in the air until its tip went pointed towards the blonde shinobi. It was a giant, thick blade, rectangular in shape, looking unrefined enough to give the idea that someone had just took a slab of iron and gave it a sharp edge instead of creating a proper sword. Bad intentions. Very bad intentions coming out, Utsukushi said in alarm. Giant Po Ghost! The hero shade yelled as both heroes jumped in two different directions to evade the heavy attack of the blade that easily opened a deep crater on the solid rock. What the fuck? The now fox-form Naruto said in shock at seeing the blade being wildly waved around by a several feet high ghost dressed in highly decorated robes, and wearing an animal skull to cover its whole head while snarling and growling in blind fury. By the looks of it, he must have been the old head executioner, before he got too involved in his job, Link said as a wide swipe went barely dodged by him, and only managing to cut off some hair. Death sword, death sword. Death sword! The spirit growled continuously whenever not raving incoherently. I think he wants us dead, Midna said with narrowed eyes. You don't say, miss. I'll take away his sword, you attack his throat. The spirit wolf answered, jumping high in the sky to latch to the ghost's arm as soon as it raised the blade high above its head. Reiya! Naruto bellowed as he too pounced on the monster as soon as it dropped its weapon and shoved Link away with a deafening scream of pain/rage. H! The undead answered by grabbing the fox hanging from its neck to tear it off and throw it against the spirit wolf, making both crash against the wall. The guy is turning visible, Utsukushi said in surprise, as now the giant entity could clearly be seen without using Naruto's animal instinct. He is absorbing power from that sword enough to gain a temporary body. We'll need to defeat him fast before he mutates more, Midna added while leaving Naruto turn back into being a human. So we have a tight schedule? I can do this, the blonde said, moving to unseal Samahata. Wait. Did you take the Master Sword with you? Link said immediately. Yes, why? Use it, the sword has cleansing powers. It will negate the ones in that weapon and destroy both that and the ghost, the hero shade answered. Very well. Time to shine, girl, the former shinobi said, nodding and unsealing the ancient sword. Ruaher. The now corporeal ghost finally recovered his own weapon to charge both heroes, flying rapidly to them, leaving behind a thick trail of smoke-like darkness. Dodge! Link yelled as both barely managed to evade the monster's forward thrust. I didn't expect the bastard to get faster, Naruto said, sneering. That weapon, it's trying to give him enough power to kill us. To their surprise, the new charge stopped abruptly when an arrow came flying from the beast's blind side to pierce its eye, making it scream in agony. What the? This way, you fool! Midna said, smirking as the bow she was making float next to her with her magic cocked back a new arrow and shooting it at the ghost's shoulder, making it growl and charge her. Get him! Naruto yelled as he jumped on the monster back, piercing his back with the Master Sword all the way to the front. Grr! Link growled as he latched to the ghost's hand, crunching it to pieces, making it drop his weapon. Reiya! Unable to recover its sword, the ghost hurried against the wall, slamming the wolf shades back against one of the pillars in the room, all the while trying to shake Naruto of his back and to grab him with his only sane hand. "Not yet!" the blonde said, planting both feet on the ghost back to pull the master sword free and jump away. "Katon, Gokaki no Jutsu! Great fireball technique!" A fast blur of hand seals, and a shadow clone to hold the sword for him. Later, and the howling ghost briefly turned into a humanoid ball of fire as the massive jutsu completely covered his back. "You okay?" Midna asked, helping Link to stand. "I will be fine, I am dead already. There is little that thing can do to me," the wolf answered, shaking his head to clear it. "Feeling better?" Naruto asked. "I will now just kill that beast and let's move on." "Yes." Taiju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Massive shadow clone technique, the blonde replied, creating dozens of clones on himself to swarm the ghost. "Ragh!" The monster charged forward, holding his sword with his sane hand, only to see the charging army of clones either slip underneath the blade, or even using it as a springboard to jump above his head. "Raiten, Raikiri! Lightning release, lightning cutter!" The clones plus original yelled as one, covering the master sword and its copies in a dense layer of lightning before thrusting the blades forward with all their strength. "Yay!" The last scream of the ghost was one of pain as dozens of blades pierced everywhere on his body, tearing it apart, the monster finally falling silent when the real Naruto pierced his skull with the real master sword, cleaving his head in half and pinning him on the floor. "It's dead, finally," Utsukushi said, sighing as the group watched the cursed blade rust at blinding speed until reduced to dust, while the ghost's body broke apart into fragments, flying away screeching like bats, soon dissolving into nothingness. "Let's go, we still have to find the Twilight Mirror," Midna said, returning to sit on the blonde's shoulder, while the torches around the room lighted up, and both the door they used to enter and a new one at the opposite side opened by themselves. "Okay," the girl's companion answered, nodding before developing a thoughtful expression. "By the way." "Yes?" Midna asked. "Before coming here we have found that part of the bridge those bastards transported here through the Twilight." "Okay, and you send it back, but near the area as a piece had been torn off from the middle of it instead of the whole thing." "Okay. I'll admit it. I didn't think about completely restore it when I used the spell. What about it?" she asked back, growling. "I am not judging, but I can't help but wonder about how will they put it back in place," Naruto admitted, confused. "Oh, don't you worry. I am sure they will be fine. Hyrule Castle Town houses good architects and carpenters ever since it was founded, and nowadays the descendants of those people are carrying out their legacy with pride. I am sure those masters will use that piece to fix the bridge in no time," the hero shade answered, waving his concern away with a wolfish shrug. "If you say so," the blonde shinobi answered, not fully convinced. Small flash forward to the next day. Bridge of Eldon. "What now?" a man said, scratching his head while watching the several meters of bridge that had been reported as gone missing for several days, and that now had been seen technically fall from the sky to rest abandoned near the cliff side. "I have no idea," the man's Gorin pal answered, uneasy. "Maybe if we roll it there." "But how do we fix it in place then?" "Glue?" the man said, unsure. "Rope?" the other answered with a similar tone. "Lunch break?" the architect finally said after a long pause of silence. "Lunch break," the Gorin engineer answered, nodding as both walked away. Back to the present time, with Jiraiya, near Hyrule Royal Castle. "Katon, Rasengan!" the spy master intoned as his fire element Rasengan went slammed against the barrier surrounding Zelda's castle in an imposing explosion of fire that burned the man's shadow clone, using it to a crisp thanks to the backlash. "Okay. This makes 6 failed attempts at breaking that barrier, 3 versions of the Rasengan, 2 different Fuinjutsu attacks, and a synchronized attack done with 3 different jutsu in 3 different elements launched at the same time," the old man said, grumbling. "And my sword," Gamabunta, the toad summoned boss, added, growling while showing the chipped blade in his hand. Yes, that makes it 7 then." "Last try?" the toad sage answered sheepishly. "Okay, I'll give you oil and you put on the flames," The toad summon answered, taking in a huge breath that made his chest swell dramatically. On 3. 1. 2. 3. Jiraiya said, running through hand seals. Katon, Gamea Endin. Fire release, toad oil flame missile. Both intoned as the riverworth of oil Gamabunta spat went ignited by Jiraiya's fire breath, turning the whole area in front of them in a real inferno of flames for several minutes before both had to drop the jutsu to rest. No results. You have to be kidding me. Gamabunta roared furious as he kicked the barrier in defiance. It's one hell of a barrier, this you have to admit. The spy master answered, knocking on the thing while looking at the castle with narrowed eyes. I wonder why nobody seemed to see it though, the toad boss asked with crossed arms. Other people around here seem to lack the awareness we summons posses and that Jiraiya and Naruto too share with us thanks to the sage training. A new toad said, joining the scene. Fukusaku. Jiraiya saluted with a small bow of his head. Old boy. The toad elder answered with a similar salute. Where is Shima? Looking for Naruto boy to see if he needs help. He still has his name on our contract, so we want to remember him, that he can summon us in times of need. I thought you couldn't reverse summon him, let alone find him. Jiraiya said with a cold tone. We lied, Jiraiya. The old toad replied, jumping on the man's head to better look at the barrier. WWY? The toad sage said, shocked. In answer, the small animal jumped up to deliver an axe kick to the old man's head, incredibly slamming him down in a small crater, no matter the fact that the shinobi was actually several times bigger than the toad. Listen well now, you senile idiot. Since you apparently forgot my lessons, I will teach you once again what our summoned clan is all about. Fukusaku said, looking in the spy master's eyes thanks to the man's new sprayed position. Quiet! Gamabunta growled to cut him off. When our clan came to be, we made a promise to always protect and fight alongside whoever was deemed worthy of putting their signature on our contract no matter what. Do you remember when you firstly signed it? Yeah, the man replied with a loud sigh. Yo, you do? It doesn't seem like it. Ever since the first day we have been your family when you had none. We have been your fathers, your mothers, your brothers and cousins. We helped you, turning from a snot-nosed genin pretending to be older than he was to buy hentai books, to a legendary snot-nosed man that writes his own hentai series. Fukusaku said with a fond chuckle. My Ika is not hentai, it's artistic literature with adult scenes spiking things up. Jiraiya replied with a weak smile. If we were so helpful with you, why then wouldn't we be open to do the same for Naruto? We saw him grow and helped him develop his full potential. He was in dire need of help and wanted out of the shinobi way of life, so even if it pained us, we helped him escape, and I bet he managed to create himself a new peaceful lifestyle here just fine, before troubles came calling for him to move his ass and be a hero again. So he won't come back to Konoha? Jiraiya asked with a low voice. Be honest with me, Jiraiya, why you want him back? It may have been for Konoha's sake at the beginning, but now? Fukusaku asked. You saw this place, it is in real need of help, no too differently from when Madara or Pain attacked the elemental nations. And yet you can also tell that before all this mess started this was a peaceful land. You can literally smell it in the air, so I need to know why you want him to abandon the peace he has every right to finally enjoy. I want him back. For your own sake? Yes, he admitted while looking down in defeat. I didn't know you to be that selfish, Gamabunta said, shaking his head. I always thought he would have achieved my dream for a true peace in our land. A world of shinobi will never see true peace, Jiraiya. Should that happen, then the whole concept of ninjutsu would lose its meaning, and deep inside you know it. Oh, our boy took away the biju in a sense. He removed one of the main reasons of conflict between the villages. He has left everything behind, as he knew the others would have never left him be. In a way, he has already given the keys for that peace to the elemental nations when he took the biju away after defeating the bad guys behind the biggest shinobi war in our history. So I should be just happy for him and simply live with the memories I have of him? As if he was dead? The toad sage asked bitterly. There is still the option to go on retirement yourself. You are no longer a kid, Jiraiya. Find a new suitable heir, teach them what they need to know to take your place, and then come here yourself. Gamabunta answered nonplussed. Here? I got the idea that what you had with that barwoman Telma was more than a small flirt, especially since you never shut up about her. Was I wrong? Fukusuka said, smirking. No, well, I mean, why yes? Maybe? I'll take that as a yes, Fukusuka replied, amused. But what about Konoha? What about it? They still have their powerful warriors and will always have. Kakashi may be a nice candidate to take over your spy network now that his issues with Obito have been resolved, pulling him out of his years-long funk. Find us a new summoner and future sage and let Tsunade and the others sort out the rest. Hiruzen-san would have been on retirement himself had Minato-kun not died. He too understood that it was time to step aside and let the new generations take over when he had to find a successor. You too can do the same, the elder toad answered calmly. I need to think about it, Jiraiya said, uncertain as he finally stood up. And your hunt for Naruto? Gamabunta asked. Put on hold until I understand what I want for him, and myself, the man replied, looking at the sky with a defeated expression. There are other things to life other than village honor and battles, remember, Fukusuka said as he and Gamabunta disappeared to return to the Toad Mountain. Other things in life. Sigh. I need a pint, and divine help. The spy master muttered dejected as he slowly returned to Castle Town, feeling a great need to see Telma and ask for her opinion on the matter. And hug her. Yes, hugging her for a couple hours too sounded like a nice idea. Back with Naruto and Midna. The blonde and the imp were calmly looking at the new gadget that apparently, if they had to listen to the wolf-shaped hero shade accompanying them, will help them advance in the temple. You know, I have to admit it does look like fun, Naruto said, unsure. Zoom. Chalk Lang. It sure can run along those rails pretty fast, Midna added as her head followed the spinner as it jumped from a rail to another. I am still faster than that thing, though, the shinobi felt the need to point out. Indeed you are. Do you plan to stop playing? We kind of are on a tight schedule. Oh dear. I am sorry. I got caught up in the moment, Link answered, ashamed, as he drove the spinner to stop in front of Naruto. How do you drive it if you are a wolf? The blonde asked. It follows the direction in which you lean your body to. Sorry for my moment. Back in the days these things were pretty famous, and I always wanted to try one and never got the chance, the wolf admitted, somehow blushing. You can keep it if you want, but now let's move, we still have a dungeon boss to fight, Naruto answered, shrugging while ignoring the happy way the hero shade was wagging his tail. Admittedly, the former shinobi could confirm that the spinner did look like something fun to ride, but even then the adrenaline junkie in him still found it a tad too slow for his tastes. But considering he had ninja training letting him walk on walls, he also recognized that everyone else bar him wouldn't have been able to navigate most of the areas of the Arbiter's grounds without one. That is a nice ability you posses, Naruto, Link admitted as he watched the blonde run horizontally on the wall to follow him using the ancient spinning disc. Thanks, it gives you much more freedom of movement, the other answered, smirking as they stumbled upon a huge chest waiting for them in the middle of a completely empty room. This smells like a trap, Utsukushi said, growling. Send a clone to open it, just in case, Midna said with narrowed eyes. Yes. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. So? Link asked. Just a big key, but it is not covered in dust, so it has been put here recently, the shadow clone answered, showing the others a big-sized key with a red globe on top of it. It means that they are waiting for us in the boss room. They are openly challenging us, the hero shade said, snarling. Zant! Midna hissed, furious. He must have prepared something special to greet us, Naruto added with narrowed eyes. Then let's see what he has done to entertain us. Right on it, Link said as the group returned to the room they firstly saw had cogs hidden under the floor, and once connected the spinner on the missing mechanism and left spin rapidly. A whole section of the wall in front of them spun around to show a circular room with a very tall ceiling and a long spiral rail leading to the heavily chained door of the boss room. The road is already open. Zan team is really waiting for us, Naruto said, sneering. A short climbing of the rail and the unlocking of the door later, and the trio of heroes found themselves in a dimly lighted huge room filled by unnatural coldness, and with the floor covered by a thick layer of sand half burying the giant skeleton of a long-dead horned beast. Whoever killed that thing had it not easy, Utsukushi said as they all could see the various weapons still sticking out from the monster's head. Never seen such a creature before, it must be exceptionally ancient, Link admitted in surprise. Ho ho ho! A cold voice chuckled amused. Zant! Midna roared as the masked figure appeared on the monster's head to laugh at her and the others. So you are alive, bastard! Did you come here for more? Naruto said with a furious glare. You still live as well, how astonishing! No wonder some call you hero! Zant answered mockingly. You don't fool me! Last time we met I had torn you a new one pretty easily. So do not play macho with me, Naruto answered with equally bitter sarcasm. Silence, you insolent brat! What? Did I struck a nerve? What happened in the past it matters not, as this is truly a bittersweet reunion, truly, Zant replied, opening his arms wide to freely laugh in amusement. For one running away crying to his master for help at the first trouble, he sure has a huge ego, Utsukushi said, snorting. Why bittersweet? Midna asked, cautious. Because I fear this is the last time I will see you alive, the masked Twilight answered, summoning in his hands a giant blade. Then bring it, Naruto answered, sprinting forward to tackle Zan, making him slam his back against the wall strong enough to leave cracks at the impact. G.U.H. The mad sorcerer gurgled as he felt his mouth fill in both blood and bile from the first hit to his stomach. You won't run away this time, the shinobi then said, grabbing his ankle to slam Zant down on the floor. Rasen G.H. The blonde tried saying before a huge skeletal hand slapped him away before he could hit the down Twilight. Naruto! The sword was not for him to use in a fight, but to give new life to the monster, Link said as the giant skeleton rose alive to growl angrily at him with its shining red eyes showing its will to fight even if with the lower half of its body still buried under the sand. Can you kill it? The shinobi asked while still glaring at Zant. I can see old cracks on its spine. I think that if I charge that part full force with the spinner I should be able to break it. You focus on Zant, I will deal with our fossilized friend, the hero shade answered in determination, while once again riding the spinner. What makes you believe that I will lower myself to personally fight you, boy? Zant asked as he floated up in the air to meet the glare of Naruto standing on the wall above him. What? Are you afraid? Do not use the excuse of me being not worth your time. We both know that had your master not helped you, you would have been already dead, Naruto answered. Grr! Then so be it. I will show you once and for all the power my lord bestowed on me, the usurper king answered as a rapid salvo of magical bullets rained on the blonde. That's more like it, the other answered, dashing forward. Soon both were running side by side on the walls around the giant room, Naruto by running on the wall and Zant by rapidly flying next to him. Jaya! The mad Twilight screamed with a deranged voice as he kept bombarding the shinobi in magic. Kanai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, the other replied, launching a kunai and multiplying it into several dozens to meet the magical bullets mid-air in a series of explosions. Get over here! Naruto yelled, jumping over the skeletal hand of the Twilight fossil trying to interfere in their fight so to shot the claw of the claw shot to grab Zant's ankle and pull him closer to then use his free hand to get a hold of the usurper's masked face to slam the back of his head on the wall he was running on, instantly making sparks fly everywhere. Let's see your face, bastard! Naruto screamed as his running gained even more speed until the friction caused Zant's mask to get torn to pieces, making the surprised Twilight teleport away to escape. You look like shit. No, that would be an insult to shit, he said, making the now unmasked Twilight grit his sharp teeth in fury and develop a heavy tick on his yellow eyes. Jaya! Letting out a scream of pure madness, the usurper king used his powers to make his body grow in sizes until it matched the undead monster stalwart the ghostly wolf was still fighting. Okay, that I did not expect. Naruto admitted as he barely dodged the giant hand that tried to squash him. He has not the right mind to hold that spell perfectly. Hit him hard enough and he will return to his normal sizes. He is straining his mind too much to become that big, Midna said as her own hair-made hand paralyzed the new volley of magic bullets midair. Thanks. Kage no Jutsu. The former shinobi intoned, creating 5 copies of himself, and using 4 to hold down the giant Zan's hands so that he and the remaining clone could run on one of the arms. Udama Rasengan! Both original and clone yelled at the same time as both had a huge Rasengan in each hand before slamming the 4 drilling spheres of chakra on the usurper's face, making him shriek in agony as he went shot back against the wall. Keep this up! I have almost done and will soon join you, Link said as he saw the last ring of bone forming Stalord's spine break under the charge of the spinner. Brewer! At that, dozens upon dozens of skeletal guards surfaced from under the sand to defend the last remaining part of spine of the giant skeleton. Okay, I might need some more time to join you, so please hang in there, the hero shade said, swallowing loudly as the newly arrived horde charged him en masse. Back with Naruto. No other trick up your sleeves, Zant team? Naruto asked, growling as now Zant was back into normal sizes and showing a heavily bleeding face now twisted in now clear madness. Yeah. Wah! The Twilight rambled incoherently as 2 scimitars materialized in his hands along several hologram-like copies of himself bursting out of his body. Is he copying my Kage Bunshin? Naruto asked as he jumped down the wall to evade both original Zant and copies charging him while madly spinning on themselves. Seems so, even if he is making a bad job at it, Utsukushi answered. If we waste our time dealing with this, we'll never defeat him. Don't bother yourself with those little nuisances. Attack the real Zant, Midna said as her zone failed to paralyze the holograms. Right. Katon, Gokaku no Jutsu. Great fireball technique, the blonde replied, launching an immense fireball towards the copies, obliterating the lot of them and a big chunk of the wall. Damn! I love this Triforce stuff, he said, amazed while jumping through the cloud of smoke he had created to cross blades with Zant and stopping abruptly the Twily's mad spinning. Grah! The man spat and answered while kicking the blonde away. Someone got so angry to forget how to talk, Utsukushi admitted as the sorcerer kept flaying his scimitars around in a random pattern while growling and spitting nonsense. He never was sane to begin with, furball, Midna answered as she too had to dive to not get beheaded by a particularly vicious swing. Do you mind? I am actually fighting for my life here, Naruto yelled as his forward thrust forced Zant to bend backwards while spinning the upper half of his body of 180 to cross his blades and cut the former shinobi's head off in a scissor-like motion. Do you even have a spine? The blonde shrieked as he barely jumped back in time to evade that counter. He he he! Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha! Gra-ha-ha! Ya-ha-ha-ha! Zant replied, cackling in glee as he kept bending and twisting his body in dumbfounding ways to mock him. Ew! Even Orochimaru had limits in creepiness. I did it! At that, Link's relived scream echoed in the room as the giant Twilight fossil crumbled to pieces, making the sand on the floor disappear through vents to show the apparent other half of the room that was hidden under it, and that was covered in a literal endless rail system for the spinner to ride while the former skeleton had been standing on a raised giant platform in the middle of it. Roar! Soon followed by the still-alive head of Stalord starting to fly around at high speed to continue its attack on both Link and Naruto. You have to be fucking kidding me! The hero shade shrieked in rage as he was soon chased by the giant skeleton head that in the meantime started spitting miasma-like spheres of magic at him. That had also been the signal for both former shinobi and Twilight sorcerer that their fight was not over yet, as they too started running, or flying in Zant's case, along the rails to keep attacking each other. Why won't you die? Zant screamed, furious as his copies kept popping out for an instant to assault the blonde with their spinning attack. Because I like to annoyed bastards like you, the other replied as his own Kage Bunshin intercepted the phantoms to let their boss free to attack the real Twilight. As the two kept jumping from a side to the other, meeting midair for a rapid crossing of blades, in the meantime the ghostly wolf Link kept dodging left and right as he moved closer to the floating head of the undead fossil. I could be resting in peace. I could be spending time enjoying the afterlife with my loved ones. Instead, I am here spending time with you. Why won't you drop down, Diet? The hero's shade bellowed as he slammed the spinner's spinning wheel on Stalord's forehead, making it howl in pain to then be bounced back on the rails to repeat the circle of dodge/attack. Back with Naruto. Die. Die, 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 die. Zant intoned madly as his crossed scimitars went blocked by the master sword in Naruto's hand. Never! Even just to annoy you, I will never die! The blonde answered, pushing the other back once broken the Twilight sorcerer's swords in two. You will never win! My lord's powers are beyond your foolish comprehension. You cannot defeat me! The Twilight answered, roaring as he repaired his swords to assault the other once again. Just look at you! This is what you wanted? Midna asked in disgust, actually stopping the two fighters. What? The madman asked with a low voice. You always wanted to rule, to be king. And now you are just a puppet spouting nonsense about your master. I find it kind of ironic, actually. If not for your master's power, you would be nothing, the imp girl said with a bitter laugh. Still your tongue for a moment, whelp! Zant replied as if he had temporarily recovered a shard of sanity. The people of our tribe, a tribe that mastered the arts of magic, were locked away in the Twilight world like insects in a cage, and we did nothing to rebel, he then said, making his spit fly everywhere. In the shadows we regressed. So much so that soon we knew neither anger nor hatred. Not even the faintest bloom of desire. And all of it was the fault of a useless, do-nothing royal family that had resigned itself to this miserable half-existence. At those words, Midna couldn't stop a tiny wince from appearing on her face. You did nothing to free us. Nothing. 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 Zant yelled while jumping on the spot petulantly, each jump creating and deepening a crater under him from the strength he was putting on his stomping. I had served and endured in that depraved household for far too long, my impudent princess. The man then spat in disgust. Princess? Naruto asked while looking at Midna with wide eyes. So that is why Zelda said they were looking for you far and wide. He usurped your throne. Utsukushi said, shocked, making the imp girl nod with a pained expression. I endured and endured, why, you ask? Because I believed I would be the next to rule our people. That is why. Zant roared, furious before breaking down into mad cackling. But would they acknowledge me as their king? No. 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 And as such, I was denied the magic powers befitting our ruler. The power that should have been mine. 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 You remember me of Orochimaru and Madara, all right, two madmen that believed to be unrivaled geniuses that never went celebrated as they thought they should have been, or that never got the appreciation they believed was their right. You three did the same thing and decided to hurt everybody so to force them into doing your bidding and love you. But at least Madara and Orochimaru did everything using their own abilities. You instead just bitched and moaned until some annoyed asshole decided to use you for their plans. You are so pathetic that you couldn't even go through your revenge, but instead decided to ride the coattails of someone else. Naruto answered, disgusted, making Zant look at him with narrowed, furious eyes. Do not disrespect my lord, you brat. Because it was thanks to him if I could get my revenge. It was after their betrayal that in the thrall of hatred and despair I turned my eyes to the heavens and found a god. He chose me to house his powers inside my body. Every desire of mine became his. Everything I wished for, he too would have wanted for himself. And by swearing my undying servitude to him, I was reborn. Zant said with a deranged, sickening moan, leaving his mouth along broken giggles. And what is this wish? Naruto asked with narrowed eyes. My god has only one wish, to merge shadow and light, and make darkness. And if that is what he wants, then I want that to happen myself. Sigh. It was exactly as Naruto said then. You cried, whined and moaned until your lord saw your pitiful state and took advantage of it. You are no chosen one, You are simply someone so pathetic that everyone could just use you for their ends. Midna answered with a saddened tone. Silence! I am tired of hearing your voice. You are tired to hear my voice, ha! You want to know why none would call you king? It was your eyes, Zant. All saw it. A lust for power burning in your pupils. Did you think we'd forget our ancestors lost their king to such greed? Do you? The small girl hissed in contempt. I shouldn't have transformed you into that thing. I should have killed you the first time I faced you, but I can do it now. Die! Zant screamed as he teleported in front of Midna with both scimitars held high and rapidly slashing down to cleave her in half. Ah! The imp girl yelled shocked as she failed to dodge because of the sorcerer's magic blocking her. No! Naruto roared in fury, making the Triforce mark in his hand light up, somehow forcing him to enter Sage mode. Guh! The Twilight sorcerer gurgled out in shock and pain as the blonde had moved faster than what Zant could anticipate to appear in front of Midna to shove her aside and slash down with the Master Sword, reducing the mad Twilight's scimitars to dust and opening a very deep gash on the sorcerer's body in a shower of black smoke like blood. Shocked by the outcome of his own actions as he simply wanted to push Zant's back, Naruto dropped the Sage mode and fell sitting on the floor as he watched the wounded Twilight stagger back, clutching his heavily bleeding chest. Why you, traitors? I would have freed our tribe. I would brought us to greatness, the mad Twilight said, panting between mouthfuls of blood. In exchange of eternal slavery under you and your master, that's not greatness. Midna answered, glaring at him. Ha 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 ha, Midna, foolish Twilight princess. The curse on you cannot be broken. What? What curse? Naruto said, worried. What turned you into that form was placed on you by the magic of my god. The power you held as leader of the Twilight will never return, the Twilight sorcerer answered, laughing weakly as he fell on one knee in pain. Soon he will descend and will be reborn in this world, and as long as my master, Ganon, survives, he will resurrect me without cease. Over and over and over again. Yahahaha! Zant said, letting out a crazed, loud laugh of cruel amusement. Zaayant! Midna yelled as her hair-made hand flared to life, trying to grab him only for him to teleport away using his last remaining energies. Come back! Come here, you coward! Come back here! She yelled and yelled, stopping only when Naruto's arms engulfed her in a tight embrace. SSSH! Calm down, we will get him. We will kick his ass and that of his master and force them to undo whatever curse it's on you. We will do this together, the blonde said while caressing her back. Together? She asked. Now and forever, but what curse was he talking about? This body, the imp girl said in clear disgust while pointing at herself. It's very cute, Naruto said with a cheeky smile. Yes, it's very cute, and what? The bastard turned you into this little thing and blocked most of your powers as a princess of the Twilight. Thing that, by the way, you should have told me sooner you were, and exiled you from the Twilight realm, correct? He asked while patting his shoulder. Yes, I think he believed that just by doing that would it have meant he would have stolen the magic normally bestowed on the chosen king/princess of the Twilight from me. But it was not like that, and so he tried hunting me down to finish the job once banished me. Good news then. Had he not thought you were below him to kill, he would have done worse to you. But now I am this grotesque thing. Midna answered, annoyed while subconsciously returning to sit on the offered shoulder. Considering what I did to that grotesque body of yours not too long ago, the former shinobi said, smirking at her massive blush. Don't you think that maybe I am not troubled by it? Or you never noticed how the people we met never seemed to mind your appearances, as I never saw anybody recoil once seeing you? But my true face. I am sure it will be even more pretty. But we should focus first on helping your tribe and Hyrule to not get destroyed by those psycho madmen and their plans. I am sure that once defeated this so-called god Zantine believes in, you will return to normal. Right, for now stopping Zant is more important, she admitted, nodding. Sigh. To be honest, I didn't expect my attack to do that to Zantine. I am sorry, I still need to get used to this Triforce thing, Naruto admitted, sighing in defeat. There is nothing to be sorry about, as you saved my life again and I thank you for it. I will help you learn how to use it well. I still know a thing or two about magic even while looking like this. Midna offered, patting his head. And I have lots of years of experience about having super destructive powers. I can help as well. Utsukushi added, smirking smugly. Thank you, girls. So the curse is only about your powers and imp form? Nothing lethal? He asked, worried. Nothing more honest. Midna answered with a small smile. No more secrets though, please. You can trust me, Midna. No more secrets, promise, she answered. Ready to go? The hero shade said, dragging in his mouth the same sword Zant used to give life to Stalwart. Found yourself a weapon? Naruto asked, chuckling. It was lying there once I finally destroyed that thing. I can still use a sword well even if holding it in my mouth. The wolf replied, managing a shrug. There is no longer magic in it. You can use it safely without problems. Midna said, once scanned the sword with her powers. Good, now let's move and find the Mirror of Twilight. We wasted even too much time. Utsukushi said, annoyed. Follow me. The mirror should be this way. Link said, sprinting forward, soon followed by Naruto and Midna. Meanwhile, with Zant, Twilight Realm. My lord! The wounded Twilight staggered towards the towering form of his god, making him turn to look at him with a sneer. Once again at step close at dying, he said in disgust. Help me, my lord, the brat and Midna must pay, they must die, he pleaded, falling on his knees and yet still walking towards his god. Yes, they will die, but by my hands, as I no longer need you. Jaya-wa! Zant muttered in confusion before a new scream of agony erupted from his throat as Ganondorf's hand went plunged deeply inside his wound. There are new issues about my powers I must resolve. And your Twilight powers will help me in fixing them, the man said with a sadistic smile as green lines started traveling from Zant's body to the patch of skin that once held the Gerudo's Triforce shard. My lord, the Twilight said weakly as he started withering and turning to dust. I am merely taking back the part of my powers I permitted you to hold for me, plus the interests. It was a mistake trusting a weakling like you, but you small people do have some merits after all, as you still managed to further my plans. That much I will concede you. Ganondorf answered, kicking Zant's body, making it explode in a cloud to ashes. Still not much, but it should be enough to kill whoever has my Triforce shard and rip it out of their cold corpse. In the meantime, I am sure Zelda's own one will act as a nice backup for the few sparks still remaining inside me to strengthen them. The Gerudo Dark Lord muttered, unsatisfied, as he could feel his powers being still far from his former glory, proved mostly by his inability to transform into his giant boar form. Yet, I will find a way around it. The Light Guardians have been dealt with once. They too may be a nice source of magic. They too will do until I will recover what is rightfully mine. Bwahahaha, he said before his cruel laughter resounded in the whole Twilight realm, scaring the few Twilight still around not transformed into shadow beasts down to their soul. It was a mere miracle that he never saw the small and terrified Twilight kid stealthily leaving the room the Dark Lord was in, rapidly taking away the shards of the fused shadow the girl managed to steal from Zant's remains in order to try and see if she could return them to her princess. Back with Naruto and Midna. The mirror had been broken. The group of heroes had just discovered that traversing the desert, battling shadow beasts and every monstrosity of the Arbiter's grounds to then make the chain-bound giant stone acting as bridge for the Twilight realm had all been useless, as the key part of the whole mechanism, the Mirror of Twilight itself, had been destroyed by Zant as soon as he knew they were traveling towards its resting place. Midna, don't worry, we will find another way, Naruto said, trying to help the distraught girl. How? How will we do that? It was all useless. A waste of time, she answered with an angry yet tired scream. You heard those white guys, the mirror can be repaired. The blonde answered, hugging her while glaring at the white-robed figure standing far away and on top of the giant pillars holding the rock in the air. They were seemingly made of light, also forming their robes, detached hands, and had mask-like faces hanging in the air in front of their head, that instead lacked any feature and seemed like the face behind the mask had been cut off, and had several halos hovering above them. Not only those guys had failed to kill this Ganondorf guy, but they are also the ones that had him reach the Twilight Realm and meet Zant, starting this whole mess. Utsukushi said, glaring hatefully at those figures, making them look down in sadness. At the command of the goddesses, we sages have guarded the Mirror of Twilight since ancient times, one of them said with an echoing voice. And even if the mighty magic-only Ganondorf posses fragmented it, as we said, it can be restored as only the true leader of the Twilight can utterly destroy the Mirror of Twilight, so Zant could merely break it to pieces. A second sage added. How can someone you said was a just guy at the head of a whole band of thieves that wanted to conquer your sacred realm do all this? Naruto asked. He was a demon thief, an evil magic wielder renowned for his ruthlessness, and it was only thanks to his blindness to danger that he was captured and brought to justice. And yet, as if by some divine prank, he had been blessed with the chosen power of the gods. His abiding hatred and lust for power turned to purest malice. We had no other choice but to banish him. Another sage answered, shaking his head. That same power must have been then bestowed on Zant. Far too late to figure it now from where Zant got his powers, Midna said, dejected. Up in heaven. It was not a prank in any way, shape or form, but one of my greatest mistakes, Din admitted, sighing. Sister, Faror said sadly. The conditions I left for my mark to appear were too open, permitting even to a soul as tainted as his to gain its blessing, leading us to our current situation, and its other instances. The goddess of power said with a low voice of shame. We are finally fixing this issue, now you personally choose your champion. Nehru added with a comforting smile. I really believed Ganondorf would have done great things with my mark. I was sure that once obtained it he would have seen the error of his ways and he would have changed. But he never did, not one of his reincarnations ever did. Din said, dropping her head down. In a way he did great things, terrible ones, yes, but still great. Faror answered. The new hero of power though seems promising. Let's focus on him and help him save Hyrule. From him we will shape new generations of holders of your blessing, sister. Nehru added. Right. I can do this, I can do this. That's the spirit, sister. The goddess of wisdom answered, smiling proud. Back on Hyrule. How are we supposed to fix the mirror? Utsukushi asked. The Mirror of Twilight has become fragments which even now lie hidden across the land of Hyrule, a sage answered. Where? Link asked, clearly getting annoyed himself. One is in the snowy mountain heights. One is in an ancient grove. And one is in the heavens, all the sages said as one. Yes, okay, but where are those fragments exactly? Naruto asked. NGH. You don't know, don't you? The former shinobi said, groaning while pinching the bridge of his nose. Ooh boy. Midna groaned in tandem with him. He was supposed to know, one of the sages said, pointing at the one standing next to him. Me? How can I know? He has the better eyes. He surely saw where they fell, the accused sage shrieked while pointing at his companion standing at the opposite side of him. Whoa! Don't start pointing fingers, brothers! You two were the ones closer to the mirror when it exploded. I was looking the other way, a sage said, indignant. I was more worried about protecting the rock, another added. What excuse is that? A fourth one said. Coward! The chosen hero needs our help and you others failed to give him guidance. Do not play saint with me. I was the one that introduced you to this enclave. That's bull-dash. Silence! Utsukushi roared, silencing the loud argument of the sages in an instant. You who have been sent by the goddesses, you should be able to gather the 3 pieces, by yourself? One of the sages tried saying, and failing to recover the air of wisdom he and his brothers exuded before their childish argument started. Let me guess, and be careful as a dangerous power resides in those fragments? Naruto asked, sarcastic. Yes, a sage admitted, looking down. Figures. Why am I not surprised? Not everybody actually cares about the dangers of using ancient artifacts, they just want them to work. Midna explained, sighing. And how am I supposed to find those fragments? Even with the compass, the area we'll need to cover is fucking huge, the blonde said in despair. Then allow me to help you, master, a new voice said calmly. Yach? In answer, Naruto, Midna, and the hero Shay jumped in fright as a new entity exited the Master Sword to stand in front of the former shinobi. And now who the hell are you? Utsukushi asked. The entity was a female-looking spirit wearing a simply purple dress with big flowing sleeves, one of which azure in color like her skin and face that while mimicking a human one lacked actual pupils or irises in the eyes, giving it a more statue-like appearances. Your voice, it's the same I heard when I was about to leave the Master Sword in the forest. You are its spirit? Naruto asked in surprise. I am Master Naruto. My name is Phi, and I shall help you in your journey from now on, as both my duty and my gratitude in reviving me. The newly named Phi answered, giving the blonde an elegant curtsy to accompany her answer. Okay, this was unexpected, Midna admitted with a weak laugh. You don't say. Omake, Jiraiya's Hylian Misadventures, the Zelda Panties on the Head incident. Hyrule Castle Town. Happens before Naruto and Midna explored the underwater temple. A solitary figure was slowly making its way through the less trafficked streets of the place while hiding in the shadows, remaining completely unseen by the population at large so to freely mop around and brood unopposed. The shadow was no other but Jiraiya the Toad Sannin, and once again, he was in withdrawal of tits. Sure, he knew that should he ask, Telma would be happy to pose for him, as she openly admitted to find both amusing and exciting, but peeping was peeping. It had its own value and philosophy behind that could give to certain female body parts a whole new meaning. But how to do it if in all Hyrule there wasn't a single bathhouse? If it was a completely different culture he was in, not possessing the same wonders? What if I build a bathhouse myself? A temporary one specifically made for my own observation skills? The old man muttered as he stopped whining from an instant. I know how one is made from inside out thanks to my past experience, and can summon clones as working force. It's a plan so crazy that it might even work. Eureka! Jiraiya exclaimed happily as the solution to his plight finally descended on him like divine enlightenment. Several hours of work later, the next day. Oh! What is this? A young, pretty brunette said as she and her friends noticed the new construction that had seemingly popped up in a single night in a more isolated corner of the town. Mixed bath? It sounds so weird. All of us bathing together, the girl's friend replied, unsure. But it may be fun. Come on. It says that it will be free only for today, the first girl said, whining. At least we won't need to fear for someone peeping like we would on a spring, a woman close to the group said to her friend. None of them seemed to notice Jiraiya standing at the entrance wearing a pair of evidently fake mustaches and a cheap wig as they chatted and laughed while entering, making the Toad Sannin smile lecherously as more and more pretty girls entered his bathhouse. All above the age of consent, the author wishes to add. No underage girls/boys in here. Meanwhile, Hyrule Royal Castle, Zelda's room. The sad princess was sitting at her small table by the window to look with sad eyes the small town not far away from the castle, sometimes wondering if Midna and her companion were okay and how far they were in their mission to save Hyrule. Goddesses, please grant our heroes strength and good luck. May them free us from the embrace of Twilight and bring back peace to our land. Zelda muttered her prayer with closed eyes and worried voice. It was then that she felt a chill run up her spine that made her eyes snap open. This feeling, can it be? She muttered as she ran to the window to better look outside towards Castle Town. Sniff. Sniff. Yes, there is no mistaking it, she said with narrowed eyes after sniffing the air twice. Few seconds later. What do you mean she escaped? Zant shrieked in fury while wildly shaking a shadow beast. Gr. Gwa. Uff, the beast answered. What do you mean she has torn a shadow beast to pieces barehanded while raving about lots of pretty girls and boys naked, together and in a tight space? What does that even mean? Zant asked, confused. Streets of Hyrule Castle Town. It had been a while since Zelda had the occasion to use her chic persona, having decided to put aside her Sheikah training when she ascended to the throne. But we were talking about pretty naked girls and boys. It still counted as emergency in her book. Apparently Jiraiya was not the only one in withdrawal of naked flesh. "This way," the masked princess muttered as her nose kept following the trail of pretty girls she could somehow sniff in the air until she reached the bathhouse, only to fall on her knees once read the description of how the thing worked on the plaque outside. "My prayers have been answered. The sacred lands have appeared before me," she said in pure joy as fat tears escaped her eyes. Rapidly recomposing herself, and grateful her mask stopped people from recognizing her, the masked Zelda stealthily made her way inside, following the celestial sound of giggling girls and laughing boys splashing themselves. "Left or right? Girls or boys first? Oh, I can't choose," she muttered in horror as both alternatives were equally appealing. "Hi hi hi!" It was then that a male giggling came from the wrong side, catching the princess' attention and rightful fury. "A peeping Tom! In my peeping domain!" Zelda hissed furious as she moved in the direction she heard the voice to find, hidden behind a fake wall, Jiraiya sitting on a comfy chair looking at the girls bathing happily at the other side of the fake mirror occupying a wall in its entirety. "You have 5 seconds to tell me what you are doing before I scream pervert and break the glass," the princess hissed, taking away her disguise and making the Sannin blanch instantly to look at her in horror. "Princess Zelda, I presume?" Jiraiya asked, already knowing the answer. "Yes. And those are my tits, I mean my royal subject you are peeping on," she answered. "I am sorry. I could not resist temptation. I know I was supposed to be a spy master and dragged Naruto back to Konoha screaming and kicking, but they were so pretty and their nubile flesh so tantalizing and soft-looking. I need ideas for my next book, Hot for Hylian, and needed to help my muse for inspiration," the Toad Sage yelled in tears as he crawled at Zelda's feet to beg forgiveness. "Book? Hot for Hylian?" Zelda asked, very curious, especially since it was clearly a book that needed pretty naked girls for inspiration. "This is the first draft," the old man admitted, surprised to see the woman snatch the notebook away from his hands to fervently looking through the pages. "Let's say that I will let you keep peeping." "Yes, Your Highness?" Jiraiya asked with hope blooming inside his chest. "In exchange I will relinquish ownership of this establishment tomorrow, and for the rest of eternity, will get a free copy of the finished book. I will use this place for free and everything. I will do everything. I will also promise to never peep when you are personally inside." Jiraiya said it would cut down on research time, but he was not about to challenge the only female politician offering him free peeping. "Everything you say?" Zelda asked with a cruel smirk. "Oh." The old super pervert only then realized to his horror how much he had fucked up with those words. Later that day. "Catch that pervert!" a guard yelled, furious. "Grah!" a group of shadow beasts said as they too followed said pervert, luckily unseen by the population thanks to the lack of a twilight veil covering everything. "Those are my panties! They were not part of our accord!" the chic-masked Zelda roared as she too gave chase. "Look at me! I am Zant! I fuck goats because I am so fucking ugly and no one will ever sleep with me, and I have a tiny dick too!" Jiraiya, completely naked and adequately drunk so to both lack enough shame to do this and do not have clear memory of the thing so to not die of embarrassment, yelled as he ran through the various streets of the town, dodging every trap or ambush trying to stop him. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Zant bellowed madly from the top of a near house as the masked pervert, mask being Zelda's panties, kept insinuating about the Twily's love life being centered around farm animals. "Up in heaven! Why are we not stopping him?" Faror asked, confused. "I am waiting for the right moment," Din answered while looking at the scene with narrowed eyes. "Which is?" Nera asked as she failed to look at the scene without turning green in disgust. "Are you waiting for our eyes to bleed from watching his wrinkled butt for too long? Or to see if that half-dead worm of his will ever wake up?" The goddess of wisdom asked, growing disgusted from her own proposed mental images. No, I am waiting for him to run through a certain street and, now! Din answered as her hand snapped forward sharply like a whip to make a rotten fruit roll out of a garbage bin to end under Jiraiya's naked feet, turning into a gooey paste, making him trip and fall right through the window of a shop. What shop is dash? Kaya Waya? Neru's question died in her throat when a soul-freezing scream of agony pierced the air, reaching the goddess's domain as clear as if happening in front of them. That is, Gertrude's Cactus Emporium. Importing more than 200 different kinds of cactus from all the planet to Hyrule ever since the dawn of Castle Town, and that pervert has just landed on her newly arrived stock while completely naked. The goddess of power answered with a cruel smile. A silence of pure horror fell in the goddess's realm at that, as meanwhile on the mortal plane the more weak-hearted guards and shadow beasts kept fainting in shock once looked inside the Emporium and at Jiraiya's sorry state. Even Zant flinched once seen the scene. You know no mercy, sister, Faror finally said as she and Neru inched away from their sister in discomfort. Bwahahaha. Back in Konoha. Tsunade-sama? Shizen said, unsure while looking outside the window. Hua? The woman replied without looking away from her paperwork. It seems like there is some sort of spontaneous conga line of women running through the village. Looking at their smiles, all of them seem like they feel vindicated about something. The assistant explained, confused. Ah, yeah, that. Something must have happened to Jiraiya. Something like that happened as well when he decided he would have been our spy master, and it was clear he would have spent a lot of time outside Konoha. Every woman of the village above the age of 18 did the same thing. Really? Yep. They kept singing Ding Dong the Pervert is Gone, for 3 days straight. Ah. Good times. Tsunade answered with a fond chuckle. Oh. Shizen could only utter an answer to that. And that concludes part 3 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess Tremor 230 style, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Tremor 230, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.